him of me. He doesn't even know me. Or Miles. A little bit of help now, all of a sudden he's a good guy. As soon as Miles is safe, Lee's going back in a cell. Not now, MJ. Is Spider-Man doing more harm than good? How about now? Now who needs the old Spider-Man? What's so great about the new Spider-Man anyway? He can't even stop some hunters. They destroyed the EMF. Destroyed my life. I'm going to lose May's house because of them and... Craven.
Kill Craven.
Careful. You're climbing, you gotta be more vigilant. There's a saying for you. There's a saying I just invented. Cast it out of thin air. Reinvent, destroy. Blah, blah, blah. But anyway. If you're gonna climb, you have to be more vigilant. Naive climber. It's like putting your faith in a damn shamrock. Putting your whole life into a shamrock and calling it your destiny. Surrendering to the shamrock. Well, I see they're gonna make supposedly they're gonna make a Nova movie. The Nova Corp, which is supposed to be tied into Guardians of the Galaxy and the Internals. So in other words, I'm assuming Nova's gonna be a prequel and kind of like restart a storyline perhaps at the same time. Who here knows anything about Nova Corps or Nova, apart from the takes that you've seen so far in the original Guardians of the Galaxy movie that was made, or the comics, which is even better to look into, or the video game, which was the best Guardians of the Galaxy movie ever made. Was that video game? The people who made that game really loved Guardians of the Galaxy. And they're gonna make a Nova movie. They're gonna make a Nova movie then. Thanos and his brother have to be in this movie. Because they play a huge role in Nova's story. Nova's origin mostly. Like the wiping out of Nova Corp and why Nova is the last of his kind. Because it makes sense because of all these numbers and failures, and they're taking on all these projects that I bet you they're not even going to make Internals 2. Why take that risk when they're either already stressing over other things, when they can just make a Nova movie and then put the Internals situation inside someone else's movie, like Guardians of the Galaxy, for example, and just pick up Internals 2 inside Guardians of the Galaxy. Maybe they get the stress beacon. But they also have to handle the whole Star-Lord first, though. So I'm going to guess that the Legend of Star-Lord is going to be a presentation on Disney Plus. The legendary Star-Lord on kind of like a comedy out in Missouri. So they're wasting a lot of time on making a whole movie for that. They'll probably make a special presentation on that. And I think they should take the realism out and do a separate storyline for the realism. Like, obviously, Guardians of the Galaxy isn't supposed to be real, but it's supposed to, the whole space things, all the space characters, you can have storylines out there, and then you have storylines on Earth, and then you can have the supernatural ones. For example, when it comes to the realism ones, the ones with like practically no powers and just skill sets type characters, like Daredevil, for example, they can have their own type of, why not make the Defenders into a big franchise? Because I sure know would. The difference is that the Defenders would actually go into other people's movies as well. For example, My Fallen Angels, for example, because they have in New York City have the Beat Club, and where mutants and aliens go to this secret club in Manhattan. But obviously, before you do Fallen Angels, you have to do the Runaways and stuff like that, because the Runaways has to come first, or it makes no sense. And the New Mutants have to come as well before you do the Fallen Angels. The Runaways and the New Mutants. Not the Mutants, but the New Mutants. The New Mutants. Probably instead of doing an full X-Men movie, they could honestly just do an X-Force movie. they can actually assemble the X-Force probably at the end of Deadpool 3. Like X-Force 2.0. They could probably make fun of that and go right into, you know, even more, but before they actually assemble the real team. Which Wolverine is actually on the X-Force team. He's actually a real member of the X-Force. So, like, a character that could stay. And with all the New York City stuff, New York City is a playground full of characters, so it might be just simpler to do like a movie where all of them are in that movie. Like, for example, some people were talking about Spider-Man like a Civil War. I'm thinking, you know, not exactly like Civil War, but yeah. I'm thinking of two prime villains in Spider-Man 4. And they are Kingpin and Mr. Negative. Obviously the guy with the demons. And Marvel Spider-Man 4. Because then he can possess some of the other characters. Like the Defenders, for example. Certain characters can be possessed by him. And Kingpin can basically be this guy that just like pits people up against each other. Or better yet, what if Kingpin gets the Rhino suit and gets the abilities of Mr. Negative? And we change this up a bit. So we don't need to cast another actor, we can just bank off that one actor and just invest in basically two additional characters into his one character. Since it is an MCU project, it doesn't have to be 100% official. Giving Kingpin a much larger say in the movie with also a Rhino suit and Mr. Negative's powers changing the field up. Maybe he gets a lot of tech, let's just say. His hands on a lot of tech and finds some things and hits the Defenders up against the new Avengers. Not the Avengers, but the new Avengers. Where I'm talking like Spider-Man and Miss Marvel eventually even teaming up in Spider-Man's own movie. And if there is going to be an OG member, it's going to be a second-gen member in the cinematic universe. And that makes sense why they would want Ant-Man to be that character. And Paul Rudd's a funny Dan. Will bring some humor to it on set as well, to this mad shit Civil War type film. And as Captain America goes, I don't know, they're rewriting, reshooting, why they push it out, and having the leader and talking about all these other characters and situations, that I would actually then rewrite it so it branches off into the Thunderbolts, so it actually makes sense, giving you a taste of what's to come with the Thunderbolts, but also give you a taste of either a Incredible Hulk movie or a movie that associates more with the super soldier syndrome, even more than Captain America 4, with the Hulk situation. If not an Incredible Hulk movie, it will be his story inside someone else's movie. So if they have the rights, they might as well just do the Incredible Hulk 2 before they do Avengers 5. They should just do Thunderbolts and the Incredible Hulk, and then Spider-Man can handle the rest in his Civil War film with the Defenders and the new Avengers. And then obviously what's going on with Thor is Thor would just be in the Incredible Hulk's movie probably as a parent. He'll probably just make a cameo in the Hulk's movie. Old Daddy Thor. What's next? What's the next Thor? Old Daddy Thor. We gotta piss the Hulk off. I know how to piss the Hulk off. And it's called Kill Scar. Kill his son in the movie. Then you can make it very personal. First of all, I also want to not just tack on Professor Hulk and how horrible that character really, how cheesy that character is, but I also want to, make fun of the fact of how easy he is to leave his true love behind in the dust and go, entertain the idea of being with Black Widow before she died and then decide that he won't even do that with her. And yet the Hulk gets to go have a family, and how he can't have kids. But do the math. Avengers: Age of Ultron, and all this oh my God, what are we gonna do with the Kang Dynasty now? Whatever happened to Armor Wars and bringing back Ultron? What about a bunch of variants of AI and robots and some, if you really are so hell-bent on not finishing the Kang Dynasty or doing the Kang Dynasty, then why not just explain it with Ultron and artificial intelligence and the variance and how more powerful that is against, organic intelligence and how it can infiltrate organic intelligence. Plus, it'll give the new Avengers a taste of what the old Avengers were responsible for originally creating. So they can be like, hey, be better than us. So what is it now? It's not called Kang's Dynasty, it's called Ultron's Dynasty now. Because let's face it, jumping into Doom with no build-up is a waste of a character. And Doom ain't even really the icing on the cake of all villains go. When you start talking about the terrestrial and all these little gods that are out in the multiverse, shit gets bad shit. Even in the internals, some bad shit, crazy vibes that people won't like. When I walked out of the Internals movie, like the last time I seen it in the movie theater, because I went and saw it more than once, someone walked out of the theater saying, "This shit's evil." Or was the lady's exact words. She's like, "This shit's evil." Walked right out. And when I went to watch the Marvels, I only watched that one once in theaters. And you know what was on, I heard people were talking about the whole movie? Wanting one of those cats. They were all like literally talking about how helpful having one of those cats would be. That was what they were walking out on. The cats. Like, for real. So far in this decade, let's be real. What's the best Marvel movie made that ain't a Sony film? Guardians of the Galaxy. Even though it didn't actually connect. You know, I had a big issue with one scene in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. And that was the scene where they never got to explore the outside world and they just killed his best friend. When the first movie clearly shows you that they were outside, unless you're suggesting Nova Corps was lying about him and his partner out exploring the world. This is what I'm thinking. The Guardians of the Galaxy are going to find not just a big God problem in the future, but they're going to find themselves facing also the multiverse without the Avengers. And the Guardians of the Galaxy are far from being finished, because they are the most successful film out of all the films they've made financially. So, and I know Disney, everybody knows Disney as the empire that wants money more. Black Widow, they're promised to make 3 movies on that, and they set Black Widow up for failure. To begin with, they didn't execute it correctly. The movie was not bad. I mean, the movie was great for what it was. Very dark, but that's kind of the point of the origin of that character. I mean, she didn't come from a beautiful butterfly background story. She came from a very dark story to begin with. Well, I think of Thunderbolts. Sounds like their way out, if they pull off Thunderbolts. And don't kill them all in the Thunderbolts. Because something tells me they are. Like, probably most of the characters that are on that team won't make it past the first movie, my guess. Especially if they're facing off against a threat that was made by Thunderbolt Ross himself, called Sentry. Sentry is gonna more than kick their ass, he's gonna kill them. They'll probably keep Black Widow alive for future projects. Bucky Barnes, they're probably done with his character. It's probably their way out with him. So it's like, because they're going to take all his storyline and put it into the new Captain America storyline instead. And who would survive that? Thunderbolt Ross would. And Black Widow, only because you want her on the new Avengers team. Or you just take her off the team. And then surprisingly kill even Black Widow. But then there goes a brand that they can't sell. They'll still want to sell Black Widow figure because they already started that. And then if they kill the Red Guardian, they kill the comedy out of the movie. So there's that to sit on too, because he's probably going to be the funniest character in that whole movie. Also evil and twisted, by the way. The Red Guardian is an evil fuck. Like, manipulative and fucking mind gamery. Like, some lifestyle shit. He's like all fucked up. I mean, as a mental point of view, that dude's head is fucking in a frying pan. Something tells me the character's head. To be able to act like that around victims and like they're his family. Yet he was a big part of them being victims to begin with. And if the Red Hulk isn't the one to get the final blow to Sentry or verse Sentry, then what the fuck are they doing? Like, the Red Hulk is gonna be the one that really comes out on top of this film of the Thunderbolts. Like, if they don't have him in as the team, he's definitely gonna step up his game at the end, come into the movie with a bang. And this is why I think wherever Captain America 4 ends and goes, which I keep thinking, if we're keeping all these aliens and everything, all this stuff that's going on Earth, that it's a Star Trek movie, but a Star Trek movie that so happens to only be on planet Earth, centered around mostly one character, known as Captain America, just associating with the nowadays situations that are occurring inside the movie and outside the movie, in the real world and inside the fictional world. Because something tells me that even the leader, is not going to have he's probably not going to be, because they're not going to kill the leader unless they're retarded. They would build up the leader in this movie, in the background, and have the leader survive for the Incredible Hulk movie. With Thunderbolt Ross as well, obviously coming out of the Thunderbolts, going into also the Hulk's movie. This is before a Wolverine versus Hulk movie. Or it can all be in one, if they write it correctly. I mean, think about it. Captain America is the cause of the serum. And if Captain America's the cause of the serum, then Deadpool, Wolverine, the Incredible Hulk, yes, the Hulk even, because they were associated, like Thunderbolt Ross, and when they were making and mixing with what made the Hulk. So all these characters would be in a movie together. With my guess, them facing off against the leader, where the leader is trying to get inside their minds and get inside everybody's heads. Which makes a hell of a team, having Captain America, Deadpool, and Wolverine, and the Incredible Hulk team up against, it's kind of like a three-sided war, though, because it's like, whoever is on the side of Thunderbolt Ross' side, but then my enemy is your enemy kind of situation. Which obviously the enemy they share is the leader. The leader, is not the leader is someone who gets inside your mind and controls people. He basically can turn the whole world into puppets. The leader is a very, very, very big deal. If you don't get to him fast enough, he can grow as a big threat, an even bigger threat. So imagine if the leader has a pretty big say in what's to come. That's why I don't think killing him is a smart choice in Captain America 4, but building onto his character. And if they don't want that same actor, then they pass on his gene or his ability over to a different actor that will actually stay committed. Got a movie right there. It has the Hulk and all of them, and Captain America and mutants in it that you could build up to. And then you have the Defenders versus Avengers Spider-Man movie, basically. You can do all that right in the Spider-Man 4 movie. Turning New York into a hell of a playground on screen. I would put every New York character in it some way. Even if they're not alive, they'll have a cameo some way. There'll be something in the back end scenes. Even if it's something just small. but I would have everybody from the Defenders that is up for returning from the Netflix Defenders to be in Spider-Man 4. Which means Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, probably recast Iron Fist. I don't know if he's still up for it. And if he is, I don't know what his fate is. But still have Iron Fist associated with it. And Daredevil. The Punisher is maybe a little too dark for Spider-Man 4. So maybe save the Punisher. And just use the Defenders. And the Young Avengers in New York. And then Spider-Man can become the leader of the Young Avengers. If that's what they want for the next actual Avengers movie. That's really what they want to do. And then for the old Avengers, for the other Avengers team, obviously it's going to be Captain America, Wolverine, and Deadpool. Which is a completely different team. Which I'm going to assume that that's not an Avengers movie. That's an X-Force movie. Or an X-Force franchise. Meaning Captain America is no longer a part of Avengers. He's now a part of X-Force. And Spider-Man is now part of probably the Defenders in New York. When he's not a member of whatever Avengers thing they got situated going on. With the Young Avengers. Then another one, let's see here. All the space stuff, which is actually the most interesting. Off-world shit. He's like Nova, Guardians of the Galaxy, Eternals. Like, these are much bigger than a world. These type franchises, even Captain Marvel. Have them get Captain Marvel off Earth. Should be more invested in a space team. Have more of a say in the space team. For, like, even Thor off Earth. So he's on Earth now, but I'd take his ass off Earth and he'll go join the off Earth team. There'll be a Galaxy team. Well, there'll be a bunch of teams, but I'll do a bunch of team movies. But I think they should build into a Galaxy team, and then build into a multiversal team, basically, which is basically X-Force. Would be that multiversal team with mutants and everybody on it that's associated with the Captain America serum, with the serum that made the first Captain America. And then the other team, would probably be the Earth team. I feel like Earth would be so divided as it really is. So I wouldn't be surprised if Earth had separate teams, and the Galaxy one had one team, and the multiversal one had one team, and the supernatural one had one team, but the rest, like including the Avengers and the Defenders, there'd be like separate divided teams on Earth. Yeah, the multiversal team, the supernatural team, and the Galaxy team, and then you have what some might call the more grounded team that you would be doing, which is more just Earthbound team, dealing with Earthbound things that have very little to do with supernatural stuff. And it'd probably be like, so they'd probably make less of those films. Like, I would assume like they would be going all out on the space stuff, since the space stuff makes money. And then we'd be getting less supernatural stuff, even though a lot of us like the supernatural stuff. I doubt that will make as much money as the Galaxy stuff will. So I think that will make more money for Disney's off-world content, if they do it with the right characters. And then the multiversal characters, X-Force, for example, it just is smart for Disney to actually just invest in X-Force when I say think about it, because it's gonna pay off in the long run. An X-Force team. I would just make X-Force, and what we do with the Incredible Hulk, obviously, and, you know, because I would say that wherever Captain America 4 is going is obviously splintering off somehow into Thunderbolts, and wherever that's going, you know, should probably circle around into a Hulk movie and an X-Force movie. That would just come full circle with those characters, with everyone that's associated with Deadpool 3, Captain America 4, and the Thunderbolts. And then what you do with the other team is obviously you just, that of all the members that are on Earth, you just round them up with the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. You know, throw Kate Bishop, Miss Marvel, Ant-Man, everybody there, that'll just go into that project, the Defenders. Combine it all into that, and whereas Blade goes, Blade ain't gonna be a part of this. Any supernatural character, including Scarlet Witch and the Doctor Strange, probably will not be a part of any of these movies whatsoever. These ones that I just mentioned, because I think they're gonna be the ones you don't see. And you're gonna invest in a supernatural side. And we're gonna really, really make a really cool supernatural side and how it can be in a world that feels different, that is also secret, and able to hide this and hide in, you know, plain sight, and also be its own thing. Because first of all, if we're gonna go into the Midnight Suns, their place is kind of like where, you know, Kang was at the end of Loki season 1. His place, at No Time, like that's actually could end up becoming the movie side place of the actual home, like the place where they go at the end of the day, or, you know, or actually at the end of the night, because they only come out at night, these characters, mostly. So, well, some of them during the day, and the Midnight Suns are like supposed to be like prophecies and all sorts of shit. But I doubt that they'll do that. Something tells me they're probably going to build things up first, and that's going to be more slower. The supernatural side will be building up slower than people will probably anticipate in the cinematic universe, and they'll probably build into X-Force and the last Avengers movies first, and then go into like Guardians of the Galaxy, making up for everything, going into the space team, and the supernatural team. Despite that, they probably should just go into the space team right now, because people would be rushing to the theater right now for Guardians of the Galaxy 4. Like, if you just, even if you're like, well, no Eternals, because you place even Eternals 2. Sadly, I think I would go. I'd be one of the few people who would go watch that movie. But most people in America would not show up and watch that movie. It would flop, mostly. But on the other hand, when you look at fucking, like, I don't actually think Fantastic Four is going to succeed. And the reason why this is, even if they have an amazing cast, which they're casting pretty well. The other ones had an amazing cast too. But, and here's the thing, financially, again, why I think I'm going to be one of the few that go and watch the Fantastic Four, and why most people are going to walk away at the end. First of all, the Fantastic Four centers on the very first characters that were ever made in MCU. They're known as the first family, which also doesn't reek from the benefits. These are off characters that rarely, you know, make sense for them having their own solo movie because they're, you know, it's very weird. It's like saying the Fantastic Four, but having, you know, 8 people on your team. It just starts to get bizarre. Like putting a number on top of that and just running with that is like fucking delusional. First of all, the title is fucking weird. Fantastic Four is not a good name at all for a franchise. That doesn't sell worth of shit. It's like F4, fuck 4, when you can have more. So it's like, and keep the Fantastic Four on, you know, involved in other people's movies and teams. So this is why I'm thinking this is a one-off hit anyway. Like, why would they make a Fantastic Four 2 unless they just don't give a shit? They put a bunch of things into that movie. It's, to me, it's just them wanting the Fantastic Four to be a big part of the MCU. And so that's why they're probably making the Fantastic Four, just so they can have their origin in the background, you know, and also destroy their world and bring them into, where do they fit in? They don't fit in with X-Force. They don't fit in with, as a team, they barely fit in with X-Force. Unless they're kind of like as jokes in X-Force. You know, they're not gonna fit well. They could fit better with Avengers. Actually, they could. But and they're not Defenders. So it's more like, where is their future in the MCU? If someone really loves the Fantastic Four and find their position of where they're going to be, feels more like an obstacle course. See what I'm saying? It's more of a hassle trying to find out where the Fantastic Four are going to even fit in. When it's just like, you know, why put them as the thing and say, hey, it was right around them? That's dumb as hell, when you should be focusing other storylines and right around that and let it write itself. And then if there's a spot for them, there's a spot for them. But I'm telling you, most films, if you force the Fantastic Four in them and they don't write themselves, is going to be another Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness where people aren't going to want to watch this a second time. They'll be a one-time hit only. And then they'll realize what they watched and realize what they enjoyed, because they'll be like, oh shit, this movie's actually stupid and incoherent with some really cool scenes, which Doctor Strange in the Multiverse has some really badass scenes they brought to life on screen. Give him props for that, and watching it ignorantly, you know, is fine, but going back and watching, you know, it's like, and then having to watch WandaVision feels very off-putting and very disconnective. This makes me worry about the future of Doctor Strange, even having a future in a solo franchise. Because at this point, it's like all this multiversal crap, if he's going to be associated with the void and the dimensions, the inner dimensions, and all this stuff, then he could just be associated inside other people's movies with these. See, people think, well, we'll just put everybody in their movie, in his movie. You do that, and look what they did in the Multiverse of Madness. They just kill characters straight up, and with no explanation apart from just a rogue variant, and just having a disillusioned villain that a lot of people will eventually look at and be like, you know, people like look at one point here, when you look at the Scarlet Witch and how she's fighting for this family and how she's going across, and some people will be like, well, why don't you just make another family? And you really create this whole diversion that a lot of Americans probably don't like. I think is a good stir. It's a good question that you can make and create and stir the hell out of Americans that are watching the movie. But other people around, I know a lot of people around here in upstate New York that absolutely hated the movie. So I haven't heard anyone that liked it. I was the only person out of all the people that even said that once that I liked the movie. So, and amongst people, so people, so it's it's that's upstate. New York is weird, and I've heard people when I went to LA say they didn't like Black Widow. I get that a little bit because that's a darker movie. I don't think Black Widow did have a different tone to it. It's very, like, especially in the opening scene of Black Widow is very sad and depressing. But that's the whole point of the character. Like, Black Widow did not come from a happy background. So, and it's like, so there's that. That was, honestly, I think Black Widow was one of the most real films out of all of them. That felt the most real out of all the movies they've done in this whole decade so far. Even though we haven't even hit 5 years yet. But I'm just saying, I think that's actually one of the better films that make more sense. But when we look at like Spider-Man No Way Home, which is the one that box office the most, by the last time my studies, the Spider-Man No Way Home made more money, but I still call that even though it's Sony, it's also an MCU influenced project. It's MCU/Sony project combination between the two, but mostly an MCU project because it's MCU having more of a say of what they want to do with a Sony character. So we're looking at some things there that'll be interesting down the road. But this is what I'm thinking. They're not going to waste Spider-Man. They're gonna. I'm gonna feel like Disney's gonna want their characters inside a Spider-Man movie of their Spider-Man movies, while Sony people realize, they're gonna connect the MCU with the Sony Spider-Verse. I doubt it. Very little will you probably have connection. You'll have a couple references here and there, and maybe a cameo of some kind with Tom Holland, but I doubt it because I feel like Disney, it's like saying, hey, Disney, do you want to also have power over Sony's projects and ruin them? So in a lot of ways, I think when it comes to that side of things, they should just use Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and even cast probably 2 new Spider-Mans and build onto that. 2 actors to play 2 different, for other versions, and just keep doing something like that and all in the direction of their Spider-Geddon movie and Sinister Six. Whatever they choose to do first. I think cinematically, I would say don't rush into things. And don't take too slow of a time, because now Disney is showing you what it's like to take too slow of a time and making incoherent films that have very little to nothing to do with probably what's to come, but telling you, oh, we'll have something to do with this. But like a scene, a fucking scene, is the only thing that has anything to do with probably any future outcome. Is a scene that you could watch on YouTube. Makes sense of it. So it's just because the rest of the movie doesn't even need to make sense, doesn't need to connect, because they're like, it has nothing to do. Like the villain in the Marvels has nothing to do with the future. The villain of a lot of characters. But I think unless you're looking at the objects, because clearly when you look at like Deadpool 3 and The Void, you are looking at, well, now we have, I'm reading Ryan Reynolds' mind here for a moment, saying, well, now you have basically the toys from Disney. And that's why they're making fun of that, really, but also turning into Mad Max style, the badass action sequences while making fun of it. If you pay attention, like, it makes sense that they're doing that, because now we got, Disney's budget, and Deadpool's very aware of it. He is really going to change the MCU in a big way. This is why I think X-Force is going to eliminate the Avengers. I think it's going to put Avengers eventually off the market and going to start branding other teams, not just X-Force. I think you're going to see other teams on the rise that they'll eventually do with a different team of movie. And I think the only team that you'll see keep going, because the only team that I think if they want to build on, because they're going to look forward to Spider-Man. You know, Spider-Man get more movies in a row. Then you're talking Guardians of the Galaxy, probably even at some point being able to outnumber the Avengers films. You know, possibly. I think they could just build on Guardians of the Galaxy brand and have characters in Guardians of the Galaxy. They already have it started. They might as well build onto it. And they might as well cancel Eternals too. At this point, however much that kills me inside to think that it's such a waste. But we gotta move on. Things have, unfortunately, times have fucking changed drastically. So now that means we have to even cut movies like that and integrate those movies into someone else's movie, which only makes sense. Eternals only makes sense in a Guardians of the Galaxy or a Nova type film. This is where I'm thinking. And now with the Black Knight, that's gonna just be in with the supernatural side. That's with Moon Knight, you know, Werewolf by Night, which is obviously dead, apparently is dead, and they're using, you know, inside the, oh, not Werewolf by Night, I mean Vampire by Night is supposedly dead, and Werewolf by Night, so we have were-demons. There's a lot of shit going on over there. And actually, I thought In Color, that movie was not very good, or that presentation. Like, you have to watch it in black and white, the way they filmed it. It's just fucking weird in color. I did go back and watch it the second time in color, and I was like, I didn't like it in color. I think the movie was better in black and white. Like, old school. Because then when you start to watch it in color, it's kind of like very disconnected. And almost makes me not want any more movies like that. Because if Disney's going to make movies like that in color, if Midnight Suns is anything like Werewolf by Night, then fuck that movie. Cancel that movie right now. Like, Werewolf by Night is a special, for sure. But it ain't something you do in color. That bitch gotta be in black and white. That's an old-fashioned, like, going back and watching Frankenstein movies, where it's weird to watch Frankenstein with green skin. It's just off-putting. You know, Frankenstein in black and white is better than Frankenstein in color. Or not turning him green at all is another option. But it just, you know, so when you got these other things and you're looking at monster films, it's, unless you're making fun of it. That's just the only way I'd turn Frankenstein green is if I wanted to be a comedy. But there's a lot of shit. There's a mixed up, fucked up world we live in. And we're out of timer. Disney's even out of timer. Disney doesn't pull this shit together, they're gonna be selling themselves to Apple real fast. A lot faster than we think. I can see it. I can see it. One really bad mistake on Disney's end, I can see them being like, you know what? We don't like this, we failed at this, we like this, but you don't like this, and we keep messing up here. And we're so busy being racist, because, I mean, Disney has some very awkward conversations about focusing on race a lot by the looks of it. Which, them being nice still sounds a bit racist. But, so it's like looking at the company's direction, one really bad move, and they're selling themselves to Apple. Or Microsoft. But I don't know, whoever gets to them first. You know, and I think they were looking at Apple because of Apple being more family oriented, and Disney is, you know, kind of in that field. Who's more than likely going to buy Disney, though, financially? It ain't Sony. Sony can't afford them. You know, it's going to be a multi. It's going to be it's going to be a big time company. Like it's going to be either like Apple or Microsoft that step up to it. And I have a hunch that it won't even be Microsoft that does it. I have a hunch that Apple actually would buy Marvel. Microsoft would only step in and buy Marvel if they, like, I could see them totally buying Disney though to use it, because think, first of all, they'd have a lot of superhero IPs. I don't think Microsoft would make, if they bought Disney, you know, they don't want the movie department. You see what I'm saying? They want probably all the IPs of Disney just for their game console and the PC. See what I'm saying? Like, Microsoft ain't gonna want, so they're gonna be selling off the movie department. Or if they don't, then you're gonna watch the movie department just crash and burn, and all the IPs just not be made ever, because they'll probably just sit in some bank unless they're selling them off to someone else. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I don't want Apple to hold the IP for gaming. That's for sure, because I think Apple is not an ideal gaming platformer. Like, I'd rather have Sony or Microsoft, or Sony can't afford them though, but I'd rather have someone else buy all of Disney's properties. On the other hand, in the other case, than someone who doesn't even make video games. So to begin with, I'd rather have someone who actually makes video games. But even Nintendo, you know, I think we'd be better off with Nintendo. But Nintendo still, I don't think Nintendo could buy them either. But I think we're looking at a interesting future, a corporate future, where one day we may be looking at a weird ass future where there's maybe 3 or 4 big competitive industries that own almost everything type shit. You know, and if not, then they'll have an American division like Nintendo of America, but a more bigger finance company. Have like something like Tencent, for example, isn't an American company, but Tencent is still a huge, big competitor in the scene. So a lot of things in financial. And but the problem with them is they put their hands in a little of everything, pennies type of stuff. They usually don't straight up buy out IPs. They usually buy a portion or a percentage of IPs. Now, like Microsoft straight up bought all the IPs of Activision, which I actually think, as a company-wise, they've taken on a lot. And we've seen what Microsoft has done with less, and just so now they have more workers, and having more, it tells me that they really, really, really have to have a lot of good people working on these games, or these games will be, you know. So I think a lot of them are going to be made. I think Microsoft has a lot of good people on their side that are going to make a lot of great games, but I think at the same time, we're looking at like Activision's library is just way too big. Like, let's be realistic. They're going to have to make a battle royale with all that shit or something to even be able to use every character from the Activision library, because I don't think they're going to use every single Activision IP, even if they have it all. I think they bought something that is a little too big, actually. And I think, you know, you can only make Crash Bandicoot games for so many, before people are sick of them. You know, it's like we just had Crash Bandicoot 4, Burn It Into the Ground, which is a great game. So I could totally see after make Crash Bandicoot 5, it'd be fun as hell. They could still do something there and make a fun game. But it's in Spyro. I could see them making another Spyro game. Like, they're going to be focusing on IPs like that, but I also think what's going to make them money is probably, if they want to get into the department of selling toys too, they would be like, hey, Skylanders. They bring Skylanders back. But like they have Minecraft and they probably integrate Skylanders. Skylanders once was a pretty popular thing for kids. It's like that Lego, you know, Dimensions was pretty popular at the time. Legos are still very popular to this day, but they don't own Legos. But they do business deals with Legos. Who do business deals with Legos? But I think Hasbro owns them. I don't remember who owns them. I think it's Hasbro. I don't know who owns them. I know they're all over the place. Legos are in Warner Brothers and non-Warner Brothers. I mean, the Warner Brothers movie, but you also have Marvel characters and all sorts of Lego. Disney deals with them, with Legos. But they don't have Legos, but they got Minecraft and they got for the kids. They have Minecraft for the kids and they got Skylanders now for the kids. But I think that would be good to make it so it doesn't go to waste. People who want little Skylander toys, I mean, they put themselves another thing on their market to sell. A bunch of Skylanders. Plus, it's been gone for a while. Skylanders hasn't been around for a while, so Skylanders would be a great franchise to bring back from the dead and to bring families and children to your platform. I don't know how long I'd be playing it because I'm not usually into those type of games like that, but I think there would be a place for it for sure. I barely finished single player games, so a lot of times nowadays, but there's a lot of things. And when I look at the library of games that are coming out, I look at I still feel like I'm walking to Barnes and Noble. Sure, I got the money to buy a shitload of books, and I have a long history of reading. You know, I've been a reader for many years, and then I'll go not being a reader at all for a long stretch of time. But when I look at books in Barnes and Noble, I'm like drawn to 50. I feel like 50 million books. A lot of things are catching me. I want to read more than one thing at once. But the problem with me is that I'm not really. Also, when I read a book, I like to also savor the book. So, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't have time. I feel like I don't have time. I don't have value and time to be spending in every single book that I like or looks interesting. So, it's like that's why I also look at video games as a superior media a lot of times because there's books. If I were making a video game, like for example, I'd be writing books in the video game. I'd be putting my movies in the video game. I'd be putting my music into the video game. I'd be putting my sound. You know, it has everything, or it can. That's the thing, not everything, but it can have everything. So, a video game can. But the thing is that it's a platform where people just go. Like I would put on like Doom soundtrack or type of, you know, I put on video games just to listen to music sometimes. And I'm not even playing the game. I'm literally using it like I would a record player or a visual YouTube video of music, and just letting it sit at the main screen. That in some cases some of them have beautiful screens. Spots and just let that be the screensaver while it's playing music directly off the game. Or I'd be in a bad habit where I'd be buying a shitload of records. In my lifestyle, I've been a collector before. I can't keep up with collecting. I move a lot, or I don't move enough. I'll go from moving a lot to not moving for a while, and then when I don't move, I'll build up too much, where I can't take everything with me when I up and decide to move. So it just, you know, and now I'm losing things. How many times I've gone places with trusted people and lost everything. I mean, everything that I brought there I lost, you know, in these places, like for the most part. and I just built collections. I had an army of controllers between PlayStation and Xbox controllers. I had a shitload of controllers. I had like duffel bags full of them, and I took them to California, and I never seen them again when I was living in California. So and I just invested all that money in a bunch of shit, and then it's like I lose everything. Like from cards, that's why I think cards are the worst. Cards are the worst because cards stack and they could disappear because I don't have the mind to be constantly looking at cards and looking at the value of cards constantly. So when I'm looking at the cards, like all my Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and back in the day, not so much Yu-Gi-Oh, more Pokemon and Magic the Gathering cards, and I was doing last, and then you look at the cards and you're like, oh shit, well some of these are worth money. You're like, what am I doing this for? And then you turn around and you might sell some of the cards like I did, but then it's kind of just an extra revenue. See what I'm saying? Like cards just turn into like not a hobby, but a fucking job, a career. That's what cards turn into. It's like, well, what am I doing the cards for? That's what I'm doing the cards for. Doing it to make money. That's it. But or to hopefully make money. Like as much as a lottery ticket, you're gambling. You can get really nothing. You can junk out of it. That cards. And so it's, when you go through all that stuff, it's like you don't keep any of it. It's a little different. As long as you do it within a certain amount of time, that's the key. Because if I get cards at the wrong time, then I'm not going to have time to even go through them because I'm going to be busy with other projects. I'm not going to want to invest time in these cards. So in other words, those cards will sit in packs. As the last pack of cards I had, like a bunch of packs of cards, I ended up just donating them because I didn't have time at the moment that I got them, and they were kind of just in the way. So donated them to a card shop, to be exact, and just like, instead of selling them that time, I didn't sell those ones, I gave those ones away. But it's just a lot of shit that it's like owning every game console. If I went back, got 360, how many digital games I have on there, I'd have to re-download. It's like, and also make sure I'm going to have to protect my 360 from travel and put it in storage, and hopefully it doesn't get ruined in storage too. And leave things. 360s are pretty strong. I've spilled soda, as awkward as that may sound. I've somehow managed to spill soda inside a 360 once, but 360s, a lot of 360s are gross. I've seen 360s come into GameStop back in the day when we, where I lived, had a GameStop, and they stopped having the GameStop. But people bring in shit with like marijuana stuffed in the fucking console, or the worst was bed bugs. Someone had bugs inside their console. It was gross. But there's a whole bunch of different shit you see out there in the world. Yeah, but 360s were some of the worst of the consoles when it came to secondhand consoles. That you really get a really nasty one. Would clean the hell out of them. Fucking nasty, really nasty. Internally, you'd open one up and you might find a fucking nest, a rat's nest. I've never had that happen, but I found bug nests. There's like a shitload of like weed stuffed in fucking consoles somehow. Like people are just fucking jamming weed in their console. But it's so fucking weird because they did that with the Xbox Series X even. Like, there's people literally smoking out, putting fucking weed in the vent fans of their Series X's right shortly after they've released. Makes things interesting, just fucks you up a little bit. But it's, at the same time, just going through all this stuff in life, you have to make choices. There's a lot of shit. That's why I don't even buy games. I buy games. I used to buy games and I wouldn't even be able to touch all those damn games. Or if I had time, like I would have time to play right now, right? In this moment. then I'm just not interested. I've lost interest. So it's like Alan Wake 2. I don't have time for that. I don't have time, even though I think the music was what caught me the most with Alan Wake 2. Listening to some of the music from the soundtrack. But there, and stuff like that, I was more interested in just listening to Alan Wake 2 than I was playing it or even watching it. Because visually, I was like, I kind of don't really want to watch this right now. I just want to listen to it. But you have like, I don't know, there's tons of different. It's weird, you can get a lot though. It's the beauty about video games though, is that you get like multiple medias, through a video game and what you choose to do with it. I used to have 2 TVs up all the time, sometimes 3. Now I only do monitors, but back then I had done TVs, and I put like everything on my televisions back in the day. I have pictures even, like somehow survived of some of my setups out there, but not even most impressive setups, because I think my most impressive setups I never even took a photo of. So it's like I had a movie theater in my fucking bedroom once. I mean a real fucking movie theater in my bedroom. I managed, in a small apartment, to build a screen and have a projector screen and build a pretty badass movie theater for laying down. And my bed was not against the wall. I threw my bed in the middle of the room like a fucking champion. I always loved and I was like, how many times I break the bed spring. So it was like fucking threw the bed springs in garbage. It was better to have the bed on the goddamn floor. I really was that guy. And in the middle of his room, throw it in the fucking bedroom in the middle of the floor with a giant projector screen. And so you had a fucking movie theater in your room, and then set up some natural lighting sometimes if you wanted to turn on the lighting or turn it off. But I actually didn't have lighting that much in my room bedroom. A lot of times I put the lighting wherever my game systems were, or game consoles, which usually weren't in my bedroom. They were out in the living room. But I had a couch. I remember I would even throw the damn couch up. I thought the couch was a pain in the ass. I thought it was in the way. A lot of times. I thought the couch was better for visitors. And I remember my setup with my screens, and have those screens and people just like watching movies. Actually, we didn't watch movies at all in that era. What am I talking about? And didn't play any games with them either. Everybody that came around that time was more like for music, and that was it. That's all we did was music and food. I was the cook, like always. I was the cook always, every time. But when I look back at it, went from hosting video game parties once upon a time to hosting nothing for a longer amount of time to hosting stoner music parties in my apartment. And then after that, because that was when Google was trying to tap in with their cloud gaming, because I was showcasing the cloud stuff at the same time, and because all the music that we're casting was through casters, I was casting music to the displays and the screens. I was messing around with a lot of smart tech, like smart lighting and stuff like that, and smart speakers, and I had a lot. I mean, I souped the fuck out of that living room with between lighting, speakers, and screens, and just eventually, I guess, turned into just music, though. Everybody just used it for music, mostly. I can't remember anyone else using it for anything but music. Like, I was the only one that used it for, I think, gaming. I even took what people were using for fucking music setup and turned into a gaming station for fucking music setup. But I also used to mod. like, you know, people are like, oh, you're a DJ. You know, a lot of times people used to think I was a DJ, though I've never actually DJ'd in my life, but I sure in hell acted like one. I set it up, I set the lighting, the screen, I did it all in my apartment, you know, though, or online. For a little bit, I was doing it on a social media website. Actually, I was doing it on Facebook. I was turning my whole page into nothing but content that I was making. And then I stopped. I haven't done that in years. It's been a long time since I've done that. But looking back at things, dabbling in a lot of things. But every time I went to bars, depending on where I am, I'll, you know, this is the thing, when you go to like places in the world, you gotta be careful where you go, because sometimes I feel like the fake is, like, I'm just there existing in certain places and barely exist, like I'm out of place. Like, I've never been, like, it's so odd, like, it's very rare that, despite that, you could find bars all over, like New York City, for example, but very few where you can see yourself at, you know. I can't see myself being like 100% at any of them, but some of them I found to be a little more entertaining than others. But I've never, even no club or anything that I've ever been to that I would say is my club. You know, like, I don't feel that way. So I've never found my place in New York City. And I never found that, period. You know, when I think about it. But it's looking around and jumping. And when I was around, when I'm in smaller type bars that are outside the city, you know, because come to think about it, I'll go into clubs in cities and meet different people. And have different type of experiences and try to figure out what people mean. Sometimes I have some conversations where I don't understand what the fuck people are talking about myself, like trying to understand, you know, what the hell they're trying to say. Like I had a girl come up to me and was interested in me. She was very pretty, beautiful. I would have totally dated her if I understood her. I was very confused and taken aback, trying to understand what the hell she was trying to say. But I have a bit of communication issues. Even though she showed interest in me, I wasn't showing much interest in her, is what I was thinking. But, I mean, I feel like I might have been interested, but at the same time, not interested. But anyway, it's just like I'm sitting there and trying to figure out, because I'm wearing a Halo shirt, a sweatshirt for Halloween. Halloween had a very bizarre outcome. Halloween was very weird for me, and I was off the rails. Ended up in a like club accidentally. And, never intended on going into a club. Ended up at a Halloween party accidentally, and everything went fine until I think after the Halloween club. When I left the club, shit started getting weird, but I did have a couple events in the club, where I come across certain people. I was talking to them, a lot of cool people. I didn't meet anyone in the club I didn't like. Everybody in the club was nice, great. But I did meet someone who intrigued me, but also confused me at the same time. And she was very pretty. Well, she literally came up to me and said to me, what was it? You win, was her first word she said to me. And I'm trying to and I'm like, what did I win? You know, I'm like very confused on this entrance. And the first thing she said to me is, you win. And I'm like, what did I win? You know, I'm confused. And then she's like, me, silly. She's like, and then I'm thinking about this approach. I'm like, this very bizarre approach. It is a very bizarre approach. I wonder how my approach, like, if I ever, like, but I don't do that. I barely, if I talk to people, I don't talk to people like that. You know, I'm more like when I like look at myself, so I'm trying to relate or connect. You know, I'll talk to certain people at a club. Most of the time I'm talking to the bartender more than I am anyone else. or a musicians, I have a very a weird, you could say, just natural drift towards music. Anyone who does music, even if I don't intend on sitting at the table with them, if there's a table to sit with them, somehow I just end up there. And honestly, I'm not even, you try to have a conversation with people, but with them, I'm not even trying. It's just like a going with the flow. You know what I mean? It's different. Like, that's what I say. Like, it's more natural. My conversations that I've had with people that are in the music industry is something I don't even intend on doing. It just happens. But then when I'm like reaching out, trying to get away from it or something, that's when it starts to become a little unnatural. I'm trying to do something else. But it's interesting. It goes down like that for real. But it's like trying to tell me that you need to be in the music industry. Shut the fuck up. I did a couple of things. I purchased tickets once to go to the museum in LA for music. It popped up and I actually bought into it. I don't usually do that, to go to a museum and for music, and I don't usually do stuff like that on the internet. And yet I was out traveling. I never went. That's not the point. But I was like, if I was there, I would have went. And so I basically just kind of like donated money to this museum. That's what I felt like. But I did. But yeah, I've had a lot of weird encounters, and they're always around sound more than visuals even. It's more of a sound thing. But when I'm out and about and I come across people, it can be very hard to understand some people. I think, like, if I'm attracted to someone and then they approach me a certain way, you see what I'm saying? Even if I do find them attractive, it's still very bizarre because it's almost like someone is sabotaging our relationship before it even begins type feeling. It feels like, okay, you are interested. Believe it or not, I'm interested too. I'm just not saying I'm interested. She's clearly saying she's interested, but I didn't say it, I guess. But maybe I didn't. Maybe I did in my own way, or didn't. But it's because I was. But at the same time, I was also very taken aback, like, the approach, and also trying to understand. Like, I didn't understand her mindset on certain things. I was very like, and how her outlook of like, oh, winning, you win me. And I was sitting there thinking, and then I do look over at some couple or some guy making out with this girl, like, in the corner, like, and she's practically naked. I don't see that shit often. And I'm like thinking in my mind, like, in my head, like, is that what she means by winning? Like, is this a trophy? Are we like collecting somebody here? It's like, I kept thinking materials and how much someone can become a victim. And like, who's the material here? Is it that guy over there, like, basically molesting that girl while she's just letting him? And I'm thinking, you might think, well, okay, maybe he's the predator. No, that's not the thing. See, I went right back to what I know best, and there's a lot of things about sound and demons, and had watched submission. I'm watching this guy literally be turned into a puppy before his very eyes, is surrendering to this girl in the middle of public. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, and they're never together. These type of couples never are together. What you're watching is someone literally falling under a spell before your very eyes. It's a real life scenario where you're watching someone fall under a spell, and they are falling, and you watch them just surrender completely, and then you see that they are never seen again. They're never seen as a couple again. Never, that's the thing. Like, I've never seen him twice in a row when you watch situations like that occur, because it's, and then I'm still talking to this girl, and yeah, and I'm like still taken aback and confused, but I'm still talking and explaining what I think that what she's referring to is like prizes and trophies and material objects, and I'm like, very seriously, like, do you want to put yourself in that situation? Is what I was thinking. But it was like, I'm down with that, but at the same time, as and obviously someone's interested, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm not down with that. So it's just very fucking weird. Like, I'm not the guy that makes out with like Bella Thorne in the middle of a club. That's not me. Like, I don't ever see that happening. But I do see that me being the guy who has a drink and goes on a couple of dates potentially with a girl like Bella Thorne, right? But like that I could see myself doing. But like, I'm not doing anything in out of text into public, like, without. I guess what I'm saying is that what I noticed about myself when I go to these clubs is that I'm on a stage that's a stage inside a stage, and it really feels like all this is just a setup. Everything's set up and absolutely staged, and I'm looking at it more like this. Okay, so maybe imagine if this is what it's like to make movies, or to be a part of. It's almost like I'm at work, I'm at work. The bar or the club is my job, is what it feels like, and it's so bizarre. Like, I'm not here to actually even hook up, even if I'm thinking like, okay, maybe I'll hook up with someone here at the club. But the truth is, no. Even if I even say that for a moment or think that for a moment, it'll never happen, because that's not like the vibe that I get or who I really am. This shit is like my job. Like, it feels more like a job, but a job that I enjoy. That's the difference. It's a job that I enjoy. I do like the atmosphere of a lot of these clubs, and going to these things, and then I'm thinking, like, at the same time, people do take advantage of these situations and do turn into relationships and make out and do sexual things out there. But I'm like, I must be the most oddest, one of the odd bunches in the group, because I'm like the guy who wants something serious, and I'm seeing everybody in Hollywood or everybody in New York City just having flings and flaring out, flaming out, having moments in their lives that they could go back to, but never keeping a single one. They're all like, just, okay, let's make this an exploration time right now. Let's just jump right into this. And they have experiences, but then they're like, well, why am I not in a relationship? You're not in a relationship because for one, you're looking at the way everything's designed. For example, you're just, I don't know, it's just, if I did that, I'd still be single. I'd get laid, I'd have a great time, but it is not a relationship builder, is what I'm trying to say. That type of thing that you're jumping in, and like, even it's like jumping into marriage, it's just an experience to you. It's not real. It really is not real. It is like making movies. It is just moments that you will experience and move on to the next. It is not real. It's fun. A lot of it is absolutely fun, but it's also hell. You have to realize when you dive down this world, because especially if you're me, it's hell, because I want real love, but I'm in an artificial world. I'm in an artificial playground, messing around with supernatural works. I'm in the entertainment industry where real love is fucking, it's buried by the business itself of art. So that it has very little chance to exist, in other words. But and I understand why a lot of actors do not end up in long-term relationships. I watch relationships, that what I see, what I've studied and seen in real life even, And I instantly know that's a timer. They have a timer. It's just an thing. I instantly like, oh, that's a timer. And I'm like, and it's not even a long timer. And then there's some couples out there you'll see that are a long timer. I mean, there are couples out there that are in real relationships where they're in and making it work and they like their relationship. While some of them might be in multiple relationships. We've got to realize that some couples thrive off being in multiple. Some don't. You know, I think if you're in a relationship with more than one person, you got to be a person who is okay with like literally having that around and being in that situation. And I think, and if you're doing it, you also have have to be okay with them doing it, unless you're owning these people. Owning people that you got caught in your waves. So I'm gonna put myself as the person catching people in the waves, and I'm gonna put myself as the person being caught in the wave, because I can do that. I can even feel myself doing both of those scenarios. And I'm gonna tell you that in the long run, none of those things ever last. It is all just a magnificent wave that you go through and that you can catch people in that will not last. I promise you. Those have timers every time. If you want a committed relationship, you have to really be like, you have to mesh, as crazy as sounds, but you have to, have unconditional love for this person, and also be able to, to have equally met conditions, at the same time. But if you have conditional love in this situation, 90% of the time out of a house of 100, it's not going to last. There'll eventually come a confliction. Unless you're living out in the middle of nowhere, then the relationship will have a better shot. It ain't going to last in the public eye at all. Now, under conditions, because you're in a business that changes shit, that shit ain't going to last. So it has to be unconditional. Which that means the unconditional factor, like let's say you're dating Taylor Swift, like, how you have a football player dating Taylor Swift and how they're divided and how the industry works, is that you have to be open to, what ifs, and being okay with what ifs as well, because if you're not, you really lost, you've already put an end to it, and it's before it even begins. And it's very difficult to do, because it's like nobody really wants to be like, hey, my significant other may be cheating on me, for example, or going down on that road. But the truth is, you're in fucking Hollywood, baby. You're in fucking Hollywood. You're in an entertainment industry where that shit has to either be embraced or your life's gonna be hell. You're not in the right playground, my friend. It's like, so it's very difficult. And so if you want a relationship in Hollywood or associated in fame, through my understanding, it's impossible without being okay with the what ifs, or with them being with other people, or even if they're not. You have to be in that mindset. Now, if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you don't care about fame and you live off the grid, then it's a different condition. Then you can have the thing that I think a lot of actors would love to have, the real life of it, but can never have unless they retire from their career, step away from their career. I would imagine, like, you're in this entertainment industry making movies and shit. How the hell are you going to date and really be in a committed relationship with anybody if you're coming off set? Oh, I found the love of my life while making a movie. Yeah, okay, let's go off in this direction. It was fun.
Alright, I'm better off having my lover of a life live in a cabin out in the middle of the woods while I'm out here working, and then I go back to the love of my life that's living in the fucking cabin. That is not famous. See, it's like, is it not? In a lot of ways, I think it's more of a thing that you'd be like, you think, well, oh, I'm famous, I'm going to date a famous person, but you're asking for a lot more than if you're like, well, I'm famous and I'm going to date a fan. I think that's a lot easier, and I think in a lot of ways that's probably the best way to go for most people, but even in the entertainment industry. But but I do have experience in the department of being a traveler, and LA is a fucking weird place. It is weirder than New York. I know I'm in New York. I've been in a lot of places, and LA is a completely different fucking place. It is. And they're in the same country, same government, completely different fucking places, so completely different energies. New York can have spiritual energy, sure. The Shining, for example. Who goes? I never had a Shining in New York, like in New York City, or called The Shining. I've never had a supernatural like that. I've had where people have like better experiences of colors and pushing themselves through the colors of art, like looking at a painting, then having that experience, and then going through and doing the same thing. But what you're looking at is, like I said, New York City is and always will be a stage above all. And one of the greatest stages on planet Earth. I will give them that. That you will ever see. It is the stage. It is not a place you go for a relationship. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that. I believe you go to Manhattan to get into a relationship, you are in a group of a lot of people who are doing the same damn thing. And you might actually succeed. But do you want a relationship or do you want a career? Because that's the thing. You go to Manhattan, you have a shot, though, if you want. But, they say if you can't make it in New York, you can't make it anywhere. Or you can't. Some people say that, and some people say if you can't make it in New York, then make it in L.A. They say the same damn thing at times in L.A. So it's different, but it is a very overpopulated thing. It's a beautiful place at the same time as a tragic, sad place. New York is like living in a novelist's dream. It can be. Just be going to New York, like, and I'm not upstate, even upstate in some places, but mostly New York City, is like unreal. Or I'm selling something, or I'm here for something. It's a plan. It's always something that's like, oh, I'm not accidentally here. I'm not, not planned at least one thing. But it's like at the same time, like you are accidentally wandering the city at times, despite that you may have an agenda. But you'll find that what agendas you keep once you enter the jungle, you'll find that I think a lot of people end up spiraling and going in different directions in what they think they're going in for. But that's just normal people. I'm not talking about celebrities. Celebrities have shit more planned out. They're more into the magic realm than anything. Mark my words. There's nothing more powerful in existence than sound. It's even more powerful than image. It is the most powerful thing in existence. Sound. And you'll find that it will have a superpower over even the best of you if you just know how to use it. It can make you invisible, and it can actually put you
in this spot. And you can also put it on a timer, as I'm known for. I'm a master of being on a timer if I'm even there for a moment. And then like I just disappeared afterwards. But I'll be right back. Not gonna lock you in, sorry.
shit. But no, what I was saying earlier, it sounded very fucking weird. But it also has like supernatural properties. Unnatural properties. I mean, how do you think supposedly the Almighty speaks? Do you believe in the Almighty? Do you believe in the Almighty? I've seen a lot of weird shit in my days. But I've never seen a God. That I believe doesn't exist. I don't think that one does exist. A God. Too many translators, too many gods. Too many cooks. Too many cooks, too many gods. Who is your master? What am I supposed to say? Jesus? You know, I've studied that. You know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like a guy died so you can keep sinning. He died for your sin. He died for sins, for others and others' sins. So you can keep sinning. Not so you will stop sinning. What kind of magician is that? What kind of musician supports evil? What kind of fucking musician moves waves just so you can sin? This is a sin. Is flying a sin? What's right, what's wrong? What should do it for the numbers?
I wonder if the little spider will survive. Where is he?
Where is Spider-Man?
Find him yourself! Stay focused! Fight!
Get... Repositioning! Tell me where he is!
Closer than you think.
Get him out of that!
Tell me!
Check your volley!
Fire in volley!
Bring them! Spider-Man! Where?
There we go. Yeah, Ruby's doing stuff.
I'm assured that material is unbreakable. But I believe anything can be broken. You still hold back.
Maybe
You lack motivation.
Now you're in for it.
Yes. There you are.
Pick the best suit.
Let us make
I'm not
this
in this.
a glorious ending.
you destroyed my city, took the lives
More of a
of
hoodie
so
guy.
many people.
That was their fate, just as this is ours.
Come, do not hold back. Your followers treat you like some kind of god. But you're just a dying old man looking for a way out. So you know then. And you know I will not die in a sick bed. Only an equal may taste my last breath. Rip me apart and parade your achievement to the streets. Show me what you are capable of! Stop hiding! Am I too quick for you? I'll show you what I can do. I hope you're enjoying this. Tonight won't end well for you. I study all of my prey. You are agile, intelligent, vulnerable to emotion. So am I. Do not let a taste of power get to your head.
from me!
You call me a dying old man, and yet... You call me a dying old man, and yet... Here I breathe. Shut up. Come, crush my bones into powder. Leave my body for the maggots and the field... Stronger than I thought!
Kill.
Need more distance! No!
Bring it out! Why do you hide your strength from me?
You call me a dying old man, and yet here I breathe. Shut up. Come, crush my bones into powder. Leave my body for the maggots and the field mice. Shut up! I'll tear you limb from limb! That sound! I can't! I'll tear you limb from limb! Do it! Or I will gut you and mount you on my wall! Gorgeous. Do not let the sound stop you. Fight! Kill me, and the ringing stops. Who me? Couldn't fight me yourself? Get back out here! So many years, I've waited for a predator capable of defeating. Enough talking! Then I found you. And you'll That fell! Can't use my shield's abilities! To me! And you'll regret that! No, I won't. I will not let God decide my fate! But you still hold back. Kill or be killed.
Stop!
No.
Sorry about that. It's just me. You almost killed him, man! What are you doing?
You're in the way, Bob! You're in the way, Miles! Always in the way. I could have fixed everything!
How? By strangling him? That's not what we do!
Don't try to mentor me! You're the one running away from your problems! You're the one hell-bent on revenge!
Revenge? All I wanted was to protect my family. Protect you!
You're not better than me!
I'm not saying that! You're stronger than some soup, Pete! Don't listen to it!
And what? Listen to you! I need this suit. It makes me a better Spider-Man. You just want it for yourself.
All I want is to save you!
I'm the hero. I don't get sick. Why are you doing this? I made you. You owe me.
I know you don't mean that!
All I wanted was to save everyone. MJ, May. Now the city thinks that I'm the problem.
You think I'm the problem?
But I'm not anymore.
I'm the solution.
I can't let this go. I'm finally everything everyone needs me to be.
Yeah? You don't even answer my calls anymore, man! And what about MJ? You could have killed him!
I know you're hurting, Pete, but you're better than this.
I know, but... No.
People in my life, they keep dying. I blame myself for that. They needed a hero, and if I thought some Sue could save them, maybe I'd be in your shoes now. But this kind of power is the reason they're gone. Not you, not me. Shut up! People in my life, they keep dying. I blame myself for that. They needed a hero, and if I thought some Sue could save them, maybe I'd be in your shoes now. But this kind of power is the reason they're gone. Not you, not me. Shut up! Don't make me use that bell, man. You gotta be stronger than that. This time, you have to save yourself.
I can't!
You will. I'm not losing you, Pete. Pete, come on, man. Just focus on me. Come on! I'm stronger than this. You hear me?
Come on, let's move. These last few days... Miles, I'm sorry. Thank you for everything.
That's what Spider-Man do.
Spider-Man didn't save me back there. Miles did.
What now?
I have to talk to Dr. Connors. He said he knows how to destroy it.
Wait, what about Harry? Doesn't he kind of need it?
His dad is working on another cure. One that doesn't involve aliens.
You know, if you need me, I'm just a call away. Well, once I let my mom know this, she still has a son.
I know.
Just glad to have you back, man.
Spider sense is giving him an edge. Need a plan B.
Dr. Connors, I got the suit off. It's contained, but what do I do now?
Bring it to Oscorp Tower. There's a tank there that will subdue it. I have to prep a few things first, but I'll let you know when I'm on my way. One thing before we meet. Now that the symbiote is off of you, how are you feeling?
Fine. Relieved that it's over. Ashamed at what I did.
It's not your fault. There's still so much we don't know. Just tell me right away if you feel any changes in mood, behavior...
But it's off me. I'm cured, right?
Very likely. Yes. Just do your best to keep that thing contained.
Copy that. Okay. I've been ignoring the city for too long.
Whole time is still barely any fucking hero points.
Need to stop those cultists before they burn everything.
You think you can just leave without the flames of...
How about we bring the heat down?
Spider-Man!
Take your place with the unworthy!
He's flipping this off!
Okay. I'm heading over to Oscorp Tower now.
Right. See you there. I haven't told MJ yet.
Hello?
MJ, I got the suit off. And I'm so sorry
Go on.
for treating you and everyone I care about like absolute crap. I'm heading to Oscorp to store the suit until Dr. Connors and I can figure out what to do.
Does Harry know?
No. But Norman's been working on an alternate cure that's showing real promise. We will save Harry.
Well, it's a relief to hear you sounding like yourself again. Go wrap things up. I'll see you at home.
Got a lot more apologies to make when this is all settled. One thing at a time.
Oh, hell. Oh, the cat wants back in. Door service. King George. Love it, bro. Here. Let's fuck with the heat, Bill.
You finally got it off. My hero.
Harry. We've got to destroy it. It's too dangerous. I don't want you to lose yourself. Like I did.
Pete. Please.
You don't understand. Connor said it was...
I saved your life? You won't save mine? Do you want me to die?
Harry, are you... Oh, God.
Good, good. That's
Get
part.
back up in here now!
Gonna bite off your head, bro. That's good. Gotta be able to play it. You're looking at. That's my coffee. I'm not sharing that. Fucking win. Jesus Christ.
Now! The hell with non-lethals! Fire everything! Harry? Harry, stop! I know it feels hopeless, but we've never been closer to a cure. I know we'll find one. And so does Peter. What that stupid...
Get that suit off as soon as he's down! Firing!
Break the game.
This'll sideline him!
Boy only has venom.
Lock down the whole building! Tell the other floors to evacuate. There's nowhere else for you to go, Harry. We don't want to hurt you. I'll bring you down.
There we go.
Harry, I screwed up. I knew the suit was dangerous when you found it, and I never should have brought it anywhere close to you. I'm sorry. This is all my fault, alright?
He's lacking some abilities for sure.
Just breathe, boys! Breathe!
We need a whole fucking game with more abilities.
Stay on him! Grenade out! He'll go down any second. One hit to the head. This might work. I'm not getting out of here. This doesn't work. Damn! Throwing grenade! Why is this taking so long? Think I'm lined up? Hey, going out! Everybody down! Just breathe, boys! Breathe!
There's nothing that can... There's a flying around out there. Harry, there are people outside trying to get to you, but you're safe here. If you're really doing it all, I can hear you go away. Nothing will happen if you just stop now.
I got a shot! Make us break out the hard stuff!
Why don't you say something? Talk to me, Harry. I can fix this. I can save you. Let me save you.
Steady! Steady! This should get him! He's gonna be hurting after that! He'll go down any second now! Watch! Throw it in there! Around!
Harry, don't!
Do we have any info on that suit? Please. Please.
can do? Or is there more?
Oh, I heard somebody.
Get back!
See how he handles his feet! Frank, is this the spider?
No, it's something else.
Get him! Get him! Look at that! Not even a whisper of fear.
This was more gory than he had more gory.
Show him what offense he's given.
The first
There's no need to run.
You fight me now. I'm ready.
couldn't drain his blood there. Bitch. Oh, fucking thing.
On the way!
What else? All this fucking and all these people up there. Looks fucking different.
Hey. Hey, brother. What's up? Taking over the monitor, eh? What's going on, kitty cat? What's going on? What's up? Couldn't solve that one? That's all. Now if you can't, then you're fucked.
Yes, you will be my final hunt, and I shall be your first. Let us show the world what death should be. You want death? Then give up. I want it to be worthy of me. Yes, you will be my final hunt, and I shall be your first. Let us show the world what death should be. You want death? Then give up. I want it to be worthy of me. Do you know what it's like to have your body betray you? Weakness will not claim me. If I am to die soon, I will die roaring! You're just a little man. I have conquered every land and tamed nature's sense. No!
What are you doing? Jumping around everywhere.
Yes, you will be my final hunt, and I shall be your first. Let us show the world what death should be. You want death? Then give up. I want it to be worthy of me. Do you know what it's like to have your body betray you? Weakness will not claim me. If I am to die soon, I will die roaring!
What's up?
cool. Yeah, a little disappointed. Could have been so much better. I've been guessing too.
Mom. I don't... What did I just do?
Don't be scared, honey. You finally have the power to do what we've always wanted. We're going to heal the world.
How?
Let me show you.
Hell yeah. This is like that fucking old Activision Spider-Man. Where it starts you off in the world infected when old cities infected by them. Activision made a couple of things. Publishers. Most. Nowhere near as good as hell yeah. Started a takeover.
How am I gonna find you out there?
I believe that game even had Wolverine in it. The Activision game.
If Harry's still
I
wearing
forgot
his
who
badge,
actually made it.
I can use Oscorp satellite dishes to
Activision published it. I can't even remember what one it was. They published a lot of them, and most of them were garbage.
Please be wearing that badge. Great. Getting a strong signal that way. Time to move.
But I know there was a handful that were fucking really good that did. Good gander, this.
This signal is moving around. It's gotta still be on Harry. I was such a jerk to Harry when I had that suit. I need to find him, apologize, and try to get through to him. closing in on you, buddy. Help's on the way. Hang in there. We'll get this thing off you. And I'll work with your dad and Dr. Connors to get you fixed up. Somehow. The signal stopped moving. Stay there, buddy. Let's pinpoint his location a bit more. He's got to be under that overpass. What is all this stuff? Harry, you back here? Damn, just his badge. Maybe he's still around here somewhere. I know he'll listen to me if I can just get through to him.
Second. What are you doing? Here. Does it say main mission is only 11% done? Or is that an error? That's got to be an error. Oh, total progress. Oh, that's just with this mission. This part of the mission. Okay. I was gonna say. Because that makes absolutely no sense.
Yes, there you are. Harry, it's me. Hey, Harry, can you hear me? Listen, we're gonna figure out a cure.
Get the
Something
symbionts.
better.
Oh, they ended.
Harry? You're not... Kinda miss having that extra symbiote strength right now.
Well, that's not
More.
back in the
Did
city.
Harry turn these people into symbiotes somehow? This is horrific. How do I stop them without hurting them? Looks like I freed one of them. These things are brutal. Gonna need Miles' help.
Miles, tell me something good.
Miles, there's trouble with Harry. He got the suit back, and it changed him. He's turning people into symbiotes somehow. I'm holding my own, but it's like punching molasses. Gotta find a better way to get these things off of people. Call me. Just stay calm. Don't move. You'll be okay. I hope. I gotta find Harry and stop him before this gets worse. Sure you're okay? Miles, I need help with these things.
Got your messages. Sorry, I've been looking for my mom. Assume you saw Craven's dead?
What? No.
You think it was Harry?
Maybe. Probably. We've got to stop him.
Okay, I've got an idea. When you were under the influence, certain sounds made you weak.
That bell. But we can't just carry it around.
No, but I have this mixing app on my phone. I can recreate the bell sonic elements. Then we can use it against Harry and his army.
That's genius. Glad you decided to study music tech.
Feel free to share that opinion with the college acceptance board. What's up, Genki?
There you are. Your mom and
We
I
were looking for you.
And I was looking for you. I texted you I was okay.
Well, I didn't get it because we've been on the subway, looking for you.
We're glad you're okay. I'll ride with your mom back home. Can you meet us?
Gotta deal with something first, but I'll be there as soon as I can.
Feels like completion.
I better get to the shipyard and start recording sounds. Okay. Gotta recreate the sound of Craven's bell. What sounds can I use around here? Perfect. Same shape as Craven's bell. Even if it's a tenth the size. Serious echo chamber. Could come in handy. How do I get the bell into that hangar? That container looks promising. If I drop it, I'll get some nice resonance. Yes! Recorded it. Whoa! Symbiotes! How'd they get uptown so fast? Sorry I punched you. Just stay down until I'm done here. Pete was right. These things are fierce. Gotta remember there are people in there. Better finish off this mix before more of them show up. Now to ring the bell. Almost. Need some echo. Plenty of echo in that hangar. There's the engine, but no power. How do I get the bell into that hangar? Yes! Super echo recorded. Almost done. Just need a low frequency boost. The pulse. Something like... a helicopter's blades. Gotta get up there. Needs to get right up to the rotor. Yes, got it. Oh no, here come more. Spider-Man! Symbiotes follow me uptown. Could use your help.
I'm on my way. Did you get your sound?
Yeah. Now I just need to figure out how to weaponize them.
I've got a plan for that. See there soon.
Come on, Pete! Where are you?
I'm here. What'd I miss?
Very funny. Let me transfer these sounds.
Hopefully this'll help.
Come on! Go!
Whoa! Work! Nice job, Miles! Now let's save these people!
Next one!
We did it!
I dropped a pin for EMTs. They'll take care of these people.
Good thinking.
Subway is messed up. The train is totally stuck. Like goo on the windows.
Yankee?
Rick Douglas Circle. There's a bunch of it.
Yankee, we're on our way.
Great.
Get here, mijo. I love you.
Love you too. Why is Harry doing this? Creating all these things?
I don't think Harry's the one doing it. At least not the Harry I know.
Then who is? The symbiote?
Yeah. I'm no expert, but it seems like it's trying to make itself a new home.
Harry? That's Harry?
Where'd he go? We'll find him later. Right now, we need to save your mom and Genki. Watch yourself!
Harry looked a lot different than you did when you had the suit.
I think that would have been me eventually, if you had saved me!
Gotta check in with Mom and Genki. You're not answering. We gotta get in there.
We will! As soon as we clear the area.
What if they turned into one of these things?
Don't think about that. Let's just fight these things and get in there.
That did it.
Spider-Man, it's you!
Yeah,
The doors are stuck.
we gotta move these tendrils somehow.
You need to hurry.
All these tendrils are alive and connected. There's gotta be a central nerve somewhere. Bingo! Let's hit a nerve.
Pulling back.
But not enough. They're still trying to get into the trains. There's gotta be another nerve cluster around here. Oh, wow. Too big for a single sonic burst. Think we can chain some together?
Yeah, but they'll need time to sync up.
How much time does it need?
Bro, you hear that?
How much time?
A minute? Maybe a little more?
Keep your spidey sense sharp. This might get wild.
These things really don't want us here. Good one! Gotcha, man! Pete, they're near the heart!
Nice job!
They're getting close to weapons! Nice! That's good! I don't like this! They're too close! My turn! They're shooting stuff at us!
I know! Just keep moving! Great! Keep that momentum!
Almost there! Just need one more to sink!
Miles, can you hear it? Tentacles coming in the windows! Grabbing people!
Just hang on!
We see you. You can do it.
Keep it up! Just a little longer!
We need to stop these guys now! Those people are counting on us!
Just a few seconds longer!
We did it!
Let's get to your mom and Genki.
Aw. You sleeping?
Spider-Man. You're okay. What happened?
I took your advice. I let go of some things that didn't serve me. Come on.
That really sucks. I thought I was gonna die. My life was flashing before my eyes.
You're good, man.
That time, when we went mini golfing for my birthday and I got that hole-in-one to win, I cheated. I just picked up the ball and dropped it in when you weren't looking, and
You were 8.
And honestly, I never liked the sandwiches you traded for at lunch, but I went along with it because I knew how much you loved my mom's banchan, and I'm seeing someone new, by the way. Her name's Andy, and she's great, and please don't kill me, but I just thought of a sequel for Sweet Nonagon, and
Wait. Andy from Kim? Oh, she's real cool.
Thanks for saving us.
Look, I'm sorry I've been so busy. I'll do better. Make the time to hang out.
Be careful. Genki, let's get uptown. I'll make you something good for dinner.
Next step?
Find Harry.
I'll take downtown.
I got uptown! Well, I'm looking for Harry. I should check in on some other things.
Let all this load through.
Genki? What's up?
Hey, Mr. Parker. You've been dealing with those fire cult guys, right? The followers of the flame?
Yeah?
I'm seeing reports on social media say they spotted a few of them on a rooftop in Brooklyn. I'll send you the details.
I'll check it out. Thanks, Genki. Is the Crimson Hour about to start?
The end is nigh. Oh, shit. Compared to the 7 hours to the 3. It's a good chance I could platinum this one. I was looking at the trophies. There's only one achievement trophy that I'm not sure if I can get.
And that is called defeat a symbiote that is under the effect of anti-venom status. I'll have to figure out what the hell that means. I'm assuming it's when they're electrocuted. Defeat 100 enemies with evolved venom abilities. Which is basically just Miles Morales has to defeat 100 enemies with his evolved venom abilities. That's it. That's not even hard. Might be the last one I get though, but possibly. I'll have all the suits as long as it lets me. And the 100% completion of all districts. And which will leave only really everything just story based, apart from after I get everything. Defeat 100 enemies with evolved venom abilities and defeat a symbiote that is under the effect of anti-venom, which that one actually might be on a timer. George over there sleeping. Yeah, Baldur's Gate won Game of the Year, but people on a board sit there and fucking decide what is gonna be at the top anyway. I have not ever played a Baldur's Gate game. I'm not even sure if I want to dive into any RPGs, like massive RPGs, right now. In my mind span, while I'm also, doing other things. I don't know if I want to invest in an RPG. Not sure at the moment. And if I do, it's like I gotta pick one to do that with, because it's like, oh, fucking go. It's bad enough that I'm throwing in this game on the side, or single player games. I haven't even finished Hogwarts Legacy. I plan on being Hogwarts Legacy at some point. I also actually was replaying The Last of Us. Even though I have The Last of Us Part 1, like the new one, on PlayStation, I haven't actually started that. I've actually just restarted a new version, harder on the original, or whatever the definitive edition, or whatever you want to call it. It was on the PlayStation 4, and I have to restart on Midnight Suns if I want to go back and play Midnight Suns. I really backed myself into a corner. See, with strategy games like Midnight Suns or tabletop shit, it's kind of feels like tabletop to me. But like, you can't rush into shit, and I rushed right into a fucking combat system, and I made it pretty far. But then I also made my characters extremely weak and vulnerable, and then didn't have a save anywhere near that. So it's like I have to restart. Because it's like I got myself into a fight, under-leveled. I went into a fight, and my characters just cannot even get close to defeating Dracula. I jumped into fighting Dracula way too soon. When I hadn't even finished the damn game, I jumped into DLC, and I shouldn't have. I may never finish that one.
I may never go back to my nice ones. It's very possible. I'll finish this one. I'm certain of it. Unless something miraculously happens. And I'll eventually finish Hogwarts Legacy as well on the PlayStation. I don't know about if I'll finish on an Xbox. I started it on Xbox as well, but I didn't start it on PlayStation. I mean, I started on both, my bad. But I'm more further into it on PlayStation than I am on Xbox. So I don't know if I'll finish it there. I like it better on PlayStation. I think because it has additional, like it has a better shop and stuff on the PlayStation. On Xbox right now, I have nothing. I have a whole lot of boredom. I tried getting back into Starfield, but people really fucking ruined it for me. I really was enjoying Starfield up until I got superpowers in Starfield, and then I don't know, it just started to feel different. It really gave it a different feeling, and then I started losing interest. I don't know, just spend hours on making ships, for example. I thought about trying Baldur's Gate 3, but I was like, that shit's long as fuck. I make a short game like this go a long way. So, I never finish Baldur's Gate. I don't think I'll ever finish an RPG ever again, something tells me in this day and age. I have like that much interest invested to do such a thing. Like, it tells me I don't even want to start like most role-playing games. Like Alan Wake isn't a role-playing game, it's survival, but that one is an exception. But at the same time, I'm losing interest in dabbling in a lot, jumping into things. On the Xbox library, for example, I used to fucking buy everything. Very stupid. And I would play everything, invest in everything that was big, even that was small back in the day. And quite frankly, I enjoy a lot of indie games more than I do big time games over there on Xbox. But then having my phone out and kind of missing my Switch because I haven't had a Switch in a while, but I like using the Switch back in the day for some things, but nothing big. I don't like playing. I think the Switch is very fucking a piece of shit hardware for the most part. The Nintendo Switch is a piece of shit hardware. It's fucking garbage. But unless you're playing like an indie game or something on it, which, it's all right. But then again, if you have a backbone, most of those indie games just play better on my cell phone anyway. And I don't play Zelda. I played a little bit of Breath of the Wild. Out of their exclusives, there was one I wanted to play above all. That was called Marvel's Ultimate Alliance 3. Was the one I wanted to play the most. It was on the Nintendo Switch. And as Pokemon games go, I can't even keep up with that shit anymore. I was second, third generation, and now it's like all this other stuff. And by the looks of it, it's cool that they opened the world the way that they did on the Nintendo Switch. But now it makes me want a really high quality one. That's the problem, I think, what they did with like Pokemon Scarlet. Is that like that, and I haven't played Pokemon Scarlet, but I don't think I played it. But I played, what was the last one I played? It was an open world one. It wasn't Arcadius, though. I didn't play that either. That looked very, very blank. Very curious, actually. I would try these Pokemon games. I was a very big Pokemon fan growing up as a kid, but like I really think that they should have stayed partially to the old formula. But I used to play the hell out of like Pokemon Blue, Red, Gold, Crystal, Silver. These are all Game Boy Color games. And I never had a DS, so I missed out on all those games. Soul Silver, Gold, Heart Gold, basically remakes. I never even touched them, never played them once. I played the hell out of Gold, Silver, and Crystal, which Crystal is the far superior one. Combined to Gold and Silver. Crystal is basically Gold and Silver combined. It was the superior version, through my understanding at least. I like the Zelda games as well. Some of the Zelda games. I thought it'd be interesting to try to get myself into Metroid Prime. Check that out or something, but because I see a couple of them that looked interesting, but I've never played the Metroid games that actually look interesting to me. I played the ones where I was like meh about, but well, like one of them I remember. But that was like I was like looked at another one. It's like, oh shit, I'd rather play that Metroid Prime. I think it came out on the GameCube, the one I'm thinking of. But there's so much. Barnes and Noble, fantastic store, full of great content. Where to begin? Overwhelmingly full of great content. Don't even know where the fuck to start. Too much. It's like this is why I was just like, I'll just make my own shit up in my head. I can. Oh man, take me back to my punishment days. Sometimes where I didn't have anything but my imagination, and I would just entertain myself. No toys. I technically got toys right now. I made the PlayStation and the Xbox and my phone. I don't have a Switch anymore. I probably never will. At Nintendo's rate of the way they do things. I thought about a portable gaming PC like the Steam Deck or whatever. Considered that, but then I was like, I could just do that shit on play Steam games on the PC. But yeah, I guess it's probably more holds better in your hands, possibly. I don't know. I don't know where to begin. Like to take risks like that anymore. Set me back big time. I have a lot of money put into my vehicle. More money into my vehicle than anything else. And I like to camp. So during the summertime. So I go out camping. People are like, why do you take technology with you camping? I do. I like to play video games while I'm camping. Sometimes. Sometimes I don't. So that's why. The thing is, I kind of miss having a dog because I haven't had a dog in many, many years, and I never had a dog when I had my license at all. I never had a dog when, because it was really, I went to my parents, the last dog I had, but was my parents' dog, but kept them company. But I'm just concerned, like, if a dog, like, you invest a lot in a dog, and it keeps you as a companion, but it's like you gotta um go places like, I don't know. I feel like if something you want to do and then there's a bunch of assholes that won't let dogs in, then you're not allowed in. You might not be allowed in. And I'm saying, like, unless you have somewhere
or someone you can rely on. I do not. So, as of right now, as I'm speaking, I can have a dog here because my parents won't allow it with the cats. And the cats won't handle that properly. So, they haven't been around a dog. Wouldn't work out right. So, it's these cats. So, it's just, yeah. And after I saw a baby bear on the side of the road when I was out in Utah. Well, I think I was in a different state, but I was coming back from Utah. I don't remember what state I was in. I saw a cub and by the highway, and me and some other random guy pulled over to basically keep the cub from going across the highway because, well, first of all, that cub goes across the highway to get killed or hit a car, or a car hit it. So it's like, and no mother or father bear anywhere in sight. So, and that baby bear jumping around was like, just made me want to go up and hug it. I was like, I want one. I want one of those. I'm just sick of a baby bear. I went to Mount Everest, or not Mount Everest, Jesus Christ. Mount Everest would have been more exciting. I went to Mount Rushmore, and it was fucking boring as shit. What a dumb decision I did there. Like, what a fucking horrible trip. Out of all my trips I did this year, that was my least favorite, I think. I was like, even though it's like, it's free to go see it, it's like $10, and I'm like, you know what, I'd rather climb that damn thing, like hook up fucking climbing equipment, because this shit is fucking dull. I was like, Jesus, this is boring. And there's so many people there. Like, and I'm like, what the fuck? This was in South Dakota. I met really nice people in South Dakota though when I was out there accidentally because my van decided to shit the bed out in the middle somewhere in South Dakota, and all the places were shut down, and there was a storm rolling in, and this couple showed up, and I guess had a bed and breakfast and helped me out. What's his name? Actually took into his garage. I didn't have to pay for the maintenance on the vehicle. I did kinda. I worked at the meat shop. I did labor work for them. They do meat or something. I was literally experienced what it's like to uh, work in a meat shop. You know, when I was in South Dakota, I worked in a meat shop. Dude, I never planned on that. That's something I would never seek to do. Like, oh, let's get a job at this meat factory. But nah, it just happened to fall into place because I was like, you know what? It's fair. You're doing the labor. I'm paying for the part. I paid for the part out of pocket, but you're gonna do the labor for free. He insisted on doing the labor for free, so I was like, and they let me stay in the room for free, you know, and wouldn't let me pay for the room. So I was like, hey, it's fair. I remember being like, it's fair. I'm just gonna, I'll help you out with this, and that's what I did. They so happen to have a meat factory thing going on and attached to next to their house, like thousands of dollars worth of cow. Never saw cow tongue before, just did when I was out there. I saw cow tongue. The cowboy took me over to his job, showed me how they uh, store a bunch of grain and stuff in these giant containers. South Dakota experience. Yeah, some cowboy and his wife. They were really nice. They wanted me to stay, but I was like, I just met them. Literally was hanging out with them. And like, oh, very nice. But I was in the end like, uh, I kept thinking like, I'll end up working at this meat shop and I don't really want to work at this meat shop. Like it's neat that I got to experience that, but I'm like, yeah, I mean, what am I gonna do for income here, out in the middle of nowhere? So I'm thinking, like in my head, like, yeah, I don't know about South Dakota. Very nice, don't get me wrong, but I don't see myself living there for too long. If I did, it would be on a timer. Now, Wyoming was a different experience. I actually was in Wyoming, and it actually felt like that might be a state I could actually have a spare house if I was rich as fuck, and as far away from as people as possible. Because, for one, it is the most least populated state in America, in the United States, and it has the most uncorrupt land. What I mean by that is that the landscape is untouched by humans, by most humans, and it is absolutely gorgeous. You can get landscapes all over, especially in the West. The West side is so much more beautiful than the East. People really miss out. Everybody that grew up in the East doesn't leave the East. People that travel from New York to Florida 90% of the time. Most New Yorkers go back and forth. But will rarely go over to the West. A lot of them, believe it or not, stay in all the eastern states and will travel. I've met a lot of New Yorkers that have never even been out west, but have been in every state on the East Coast. But the West is so much better, though. It really is. It's like fucking the sense of freedom you cannot get anywhere else. My least favorite state that I've ever been in is probably Florida. In some cases, a beautiful state. It's like if dictators harbored the place. You can't park anywhere too long without cops harassing you. It's the strictest state. That's why I don't like driving to the beach in Florida. Like, it depends. You can have a really nice time in Florida, and then you can have a nightmare in Florida. You know, or someone say, "Yep, wrap up, time to go." It's just like, I don't know. It feels like shit when that happens, and like if you go to I've heard Texas actually. I've never been to Texas, but I've heard Texas will let you drive up on the beach and it's like nice, you know, and like and it looks better from videos. Florida's beaches are usually a mess. I think the nicest beach I ever went to was probably Hollywood Beach, and it was the only one that they made that had foam or rocks all over it, but it had too many people. That was the only problem. Like when I go to the beach, that's what I liked about Santa Monica, California, and Los Angeles, which is one of my all-time favorite beaches, was Santa Monica Beach, not Venice Beach, surprisingly, but Santa Monica Beach on the opposite side, because it was practically empty as fuck. Like, despite it is a very populated place and very big area, it's almost like very few people. You kind of get your own spot in Santa Monica. Now, Venice feels like, where the fuck do I begin? Like, it's like every place is taken in Venice. Even the United States military it literally works out at the Venice Beach. It is a clusterfuck. It's so populated. I walked Venice Beach every single day, though, when I was in Los Angeles. Every day. I would wake up at the fucking crack dawn early in the morning. I'm telling you, it depends on where you live. I'm a completely different person depending on where I live. And when I was staying in Los Angeles, I was up every fucking morning, like something I don't do here in New York, because New York's like, what the fuck am I getting up early in the morning for in New York? Hell, part of me doesn't even want to be here. I'm just here because of other reasons. And I mean, I don't have to get up early in the morning in New York. So, and I didn't have to get up early in Los Angeles, but I wanted to. And so I got up early in Los Angeles, and I would go to the beach, and like, and then I would be up all night, well, a big portion of the night still, and still get up really early. I barely get, I'd get enough hours of sleep in, but I was at the beach. Like, I was either at the mall, the Santa Monica Outdoor Mall, or I doing something there, whether it was getting food, eating, drinking, listening to music, uh, or going to this one of the two AMC movie theaters that are located in that area, which are basically right next to each other, which is a little strange. It's probably because sometimes they are booked, and so if one's booked, they'll be able to have more room. But I didn't have any booking problems with the AMC movie theaters when I was there. Uh, and I was either there or at my hostel that I was staying at, or at the beach. Yeah. And at the hostel I spent, was it every Saturday, I think? Because I was there for a while. Every certain day, because I put a lot, I was able to stay at the hostel for a while, over a month. I think I was there for like at least a month, that hostel. But and I volunteered at the comedian club. They had a comedian club in Santa Monica that I did every night that they had. I didn't do stand-up comedian. I was a little bit bored with some of them. I'm a very critical person in general, but I'm also very nice. And even if you're the most famous person on planet Earth, I notice this about me. Like when I'm even in LA, like I might be straight up, or I might lie to you, and then I'll regret lying to you if I'm like lying, saying, but in the long run. But it's like I'll be standing there or sitting there after I set up all the seats, and because and make sure everything's up for all the guests and stuff. I volunteer to help uh, with everything, all setup stuff. Whenever they needed help with whatever, I would be there before the show even started. Now, when the show started, on the other hand, depending on what type of comedian, I I'm a very hard, I guess I'm a very hard person to impress. So a lot of them, I felt like I had to, I felt like I needed to help certain people who were on stage. Like, and I remember interacting, like volunteer to interact with some to try to help them, but it's still just, I don't know. Some of them were like, to me, bombed. Even though when I heard lots of people laugh, I was like probably the only person in the crowd that was not laughing. I really didn't fit in that crowd, I guess, because I didn't actually think like 90% of them were funny. Especially in these comedians that just sit there and self-dedicate all over themselves, or self-dedicate over someone else. Like I'm sitting there with certain comedians just in LA, and just watching them shit all over themselves. Like their jokes are literally just shitting all over themselves type jokes, or joking about someone who's in the crowd, which usually they wouldn't do, because some of them were scared to do that, but some weren't. And still, even though when they would, it still didn't land. Like I just couldn't. It's so hard for me to find a lot of comedy, like actually funny. You know, I guess I blame that on my desire for knowledge, because comedians are are like outlets, and I understand a lot of them do it out of pain, out of truth, because they will channel that shit, or out of ignorance. But because I find it so difficult, it kind of also gives me an advantage to be able to interact with them, like as an immune with an immunity. So when I'm sitting in the front seat, I'm unfazable, but at the same time, if I'm not careful, I'll act like I'm fucking bored. And the only thing I have to worry about is trying to pretend that I'm not bored. See, that's where the real acting comes in. If I'm acting, it's like I gotta pretend that I'm not bored. It's how I feel when I'm in the fucking front seat of where the main show, you're as close to the show you're gonna get unless you're up on stage yourself. And I'm bored, and I'm pretending that I'm not. And I feel bad, and I'd be like, okay, I gotta help this person. Sometimes I'd feel like, what can I do without stealing their show? And sometimes literally nothing. They were just so bad. They were helpless. Some were just straight up helpless. But and I'm telling you, like, some of them were straight up self-defecating themselves on stage, and people would laugh at them, not with them. Not, it was, and I'm like, Jesus, and I'm like, Jesus. I'm literally like, what the fuck am I watching? Oh shit. That's more funnier when I look at it like that. I'm laughing. If I'm laughing more at myself than I am, in my position. See, that's how I would be like, fake a laugh, Would just be like, put myself in the fucking, I don't know, third person mode and start spectating myself. Thinking like, what the fuck am I doing here? And then there you go, you start laughing, and they'll think, oh, well, you own that? That's you. That's you. You're making me laugh. Nope. I'm making me laugh by thinking about myself in the third person and how the fuck I look, and asking why the fuck am I here? This is fucking weird and boring. And it's quite devastatingly sad in some cases. I mean, some people are just shitting all over themselves, and that's the jokes that they could be landing and making the crowd laugh. Just shitting all over themselves. And then the crowd goes, yeah. Man, people are fucked up. People are fucked up. It's like, oh yeah, people are fucked up. Welcome to the entertainment industry. Our audience likes when we suffer, though. They think it's funny when we suffer. It's like, Jesus. But, um, but yeah. It's an interesting thing. Experience a lot of different types of lifestyles, and like even from Santa Monica experience when I would walk the walk that if I'm not walking the beach, if you walk on that trail that will take you through Venice, like Venice, and yeah, where they selling art stuff. I'd go on the pier and I'd have one off the pier. I really didn't like the pier. I felt like fucking clusterfuck down the fucking pier. Everything was so, like, I feel like I was gonna drown in shit on the pier. The pier felt like, if I'm going to Santa Monica Pier, I'd be walking the fucking Santa Monica Pier. Like, I'll look at that maybe for the first time and be like, no, that's neat. But I'm like, oh shit, it would have been. And I'm like, what? Oh shit. I'm thinking, but then you're walking it, and when you're having people that want to be famous, and people throwing compliments at me, you start seeing certain things happen and witnessing and just meeting with strangers. But you're also like, these are all people that I'm like literally just a sense don't want to be associated with. You know, it's at the same time, and this is in LA, and I'm trying my best to be like, oh, I'm not interested. I mean, this is a singer. These singers even doing it, and yeah. But like I said, musicians. I'm either drawn to musicians or musicians are drawn to me. People that are into music. And there are musicians where I'm straight up like, nope, I do not want to hang out with you. Though, I don't care who you are. I'm not interested. But then, I don't know. It's just a feeling. It just comes over me and I'm like, nope. And I'll have to go up on on the pier and literally not want to be on the pier. I'm like, literally be like, what the fuck? It's like, this could have been awesome. And I'm like, what would have made this awesome? Let's bulldoze some of the shit that's on here and kind of make a more relaxed theme. I'm sitting here thinking, like, maybe scare some people off the pier and we just sit here and enjoy the pier for ourselves, just selfishly. I hung out with someone who was from, what was it, Kentucky? There's two people I met that were from the States. And they liked the pier. I didn't like the pier. I hung out with them, and I haven't got a group of people together, and we're all gonna hang out. Another group. I remember starting up a group and having a group, and we all hung out. But then after that, another group emerged, and I was supposed to start another group. But then after, like, here's the problem: when you take on a lot of people and you start like, okay, here's a group here, here's a group here, and you're gonna be like, I'm gonna take a group. And then you're like, you don't account like, oh my God, I'm gonna be exhausted after this, and be like, you know what, I can't do this right now. This other group, like, I really wish you would have just came with us then. I wish we would just merge then. I remember saying to this one group, and after I assembled, help, and they started hanging out with each other. Because after that, I was exhausted because in the last group we went out fucking drinking and partying and having a good old time. A group, I was the only state guy from the United States. I was hanging out with um, people from all over the world. There was a really cool Russian guy that I was hanging out with. There was and it was just nothing but all of us were just guys hanging out. And I was trying to get the girls to come with us, and they were the ones I actually blew off afterwards because I was like, shit, I really wish you would have went with us then. Because then made a roll call. They're like, let's do this tomorrow, and then I was fucking exhausted, and then I couldn't go with them. I was like, I'm too tired now. I like to go with them, and I was like, you know what? No, I felt bad because I wanted to, but I remember that, and then I went with other group where there was a mixture, and then another group after that. But yeah, but when I was at the group from a bunch of people that were all over the world, like Argentina was, I have to admit, like, I can't speak every language in the fucking planet Earth, and some people we were hanging out with barely spoke English, like very little to no English was in our group. There was someone from Argentina in that one group that I remember really finding it a little bit difficult, and went off, drank, had a good time. Like, I still hung out with even him from Argentina, but I pretended. I remember acting like I knew what everything he was saying when I didn't. And then I would come up and be like, listen, okay, I gotta be able to admit, I don't actually understand everything you're saying. And thinking maybe they don't understand what I'm saying. Um, I I only understand like a few languages. Spanish, I'm better at Spanish, like than others, but I still don't know because Spanish can be very fast at times and hard to catch on. When you're speaking like Espanol, I can speak Spanish, and next second you know, okay, I can't anymore. So you like know the basics from you know high like uh, top in my head. Like it's like I would forget the words, despite that I learned the words. It's harder to hold on to the words like hola, you know, and I even know the basics, but I couldn't have a full conversation in Spanish, like ever. And but I knew that like simple words, and that was as far as our conversations would go. Right, that's how it was. But in Argentina, I didn't understand anything. I believe that was the only one. I understood what some of the guy that was from Netherlands when he would speak in what Dutch. Somehow I understood that at times, but I even in not English. And then there was um French, which was a little easier as well. Uh, French, uh, really French is really kind of like fun. Like kind of always thought of like roll your R's French, um, but I still forget that. It's again. I still saying I know a little bit of Japanese from Konnichiwa basics again. See, and I can understand them that language a lot better than a lot of like at times as well. There's a couple of languages you can just fucking understand, bits and pieces more than you can speak. For me, that's how it is at least. And but I used to know a lot more Spanish because I literally studied Spanish. But I as much as I learned it, I also forgot what I learned. I didn't hold on to much of it. I still remember the calendar system a little bit, like, but I can't remember how to pronounce them. Like bits and pieces of like going off the calendar of that they were trying to teach us in school. But I still see pictures of that pop in my head every now and then, like the calendar in Spanish. But um, there's a lot of different things. Like Europe is a lot easier. Um, I think there was no one like from England, Scotland, like in the Ireland that's a part of the UK, but not all of it. I think there's part of Ireland that is independent from the UK. Um, and I remember hanging out with a bunch of people in a different group. There, this one was a mixture of all different types of people from the UK, and uh, that one was where I got drunk and joined or just made a marching band, or we made them somehow just went off, and I was a completely different person. I had time of my life at the time. I had so much fun with them. They were we were nothing but drunk, and I would get drunk a lot in Los Angeles. Even in Santa Monica, I get drunk a lot. I'd drink a lot, and I'd agree with the Irish and the English, but the Irish and English, I remember trying to get my friends from other countries that I made while I was there, staying there, and they really wanted nothing to do with them. I remember that, like if I was like I was fucking Malcolm in the Middle at times, like shit, I gotta choose, feel guilty. But like if I got an offer from both groups, of the group that was, you know, that that was when I was in actually in my first Tesla. I guess the Russian was rich, or something. I don't know. But in Santa Monica, had a Tesla and took off in the Tesla. We were supposed to go to Malibu or something, but never made it. And I started going down the, or up north, I would say. Started going north from Santa Monica and made it to some off-skirt kind of location. Like this felt like, I don't know, like it had a little thing on the side. I remember little signs, but like it literally didn't go far. I think it was the first time I ever used an Oculus. I think the guy worked with Meta or something. He was definitely tech savvy. That's partially why I think we kind of connected because I'm into like electronics and shit too. I could talk to people like that, but I don't know. It's just I remember sitting in a room and because a lot of people from all over come with careers. It's a very business savvy place as well. People that work will not go to hotels, believe it or not. They'll actually go to hostels and meetups like that one in particular. And I just so happened to meet people, and I have a hell of an imagination, and I do have, believe it or not, wisdom in a lot of departments. So I was able to talk to people who were in the tech department of things and have conversations with people, with lots of different people, and from a guy who sold paintings on the side, even, meet all sorts of different types of people that, I would get like, I'd be like, oh, well, this person ain't gonna hang out with that person. That's true. Like, I really was noticed it like that a lot. That I'd be hanging out with people who would hate other people, even or not even want to give this other person a light of day chance to hang out with. And that was like Santa Monica, Los Angeles there. But when I was in Los Angeles, as of Hollywood, Los Angeles, down Hollywood Boulevard, that is way different and way more hectic and absolute hell at times. There was one really bad night for me when I was there that I wish I wasn't there at the time. It was just fucking, but I went up, seen a bunch of, like, let's look at, I walked, one of the first, I think the first days I was like walking by, not, it was the second day, I think, first or second, the guy's like, how would you like to get a free ride around and get to know? I was given a free ride. I don't know what made me special, but they were like, well, I'll give you a free ride to go check around these encounters of like celebrity houses. And the guy was quite, he knew a lot of knowledge from uh from Harrison Ford. He was telling me, oh, Harrison Ford built that house. He was a carpenter. And I remember because I sat up in the front seat with this guy, the actual driver. I remember actually getting up there and having a conversation. I was literally, I would be like, oh, and I was like, this is what I can know. I mean, according to the internet, I guess what I've seen and realized that the internet is full of lies, but you just analyze as much as possible and realize that some are very phenomenal tricksters. And people do deliberately go out there to try to deceive people on the internet. Holy shit, I can't speak. And so when you go through all of this, you don't know what to fucking believe. It's hard to believe a lot of stuff, but it's like, oh, this is this person's house. This is one of the houses and many houses of this person. And I started to feel like, maybe this ain't for me in that moment. And I remember when we started, like, because I was just like, kind of felt like, this is a little bit weird. But I guess I wasn't really interested where the fuck celebrities lived. And I was trying to be polite about it. And I felt a little bit sad when they blocked off the damn hiking trail. I thought there was a hiking trail up there. And apparently, I guess there's a hiking trail up by the Hollywood sign, but it was closed when I was there. And they were like, we can't go up there. And I'm like, what the fuck? I wanted to go up on the hiking trail. And I don't know, so I went across this bridge and just took pictures from the bridge before having to take the. And I'm thinking, well, all these rich people building houses here, or having houses, or buying other people's houses, a lot of famous people and stars, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, they really do look like some of them are gonna fall off the fucking side of the cliff with the littlest push. I'm like, dude. And most of them were fucking abandoned. They were like just sitting there like someone bought them. Like even Borat's house. The guy referred to him as Borat. I forget his name, and I don't think he knew his name either. I don't know, but because I remember him saying like Borat or something like that. Like, and I'm sitting there thinking like, well, that house has its own like outdoor kitchen area thing, which is really neat, by the way, especially if you're gonna have cookouts. If you have a lot of friends, I don't, so I'd be like, dude, I want to use this for parties, but who's gonna come to my party? You know, imagine going to fucking Borat's house and just hosting your own damn party while this fucker's gone. Jesus Christ. I thought about things like that when I was around. What I was sitting here thinking, well, there's a couple houses that I saw the outdoor scenery, and I enjoyed the outdoor scenery more than I did their actual mansions. I was like, oh shit, about that there. Thinking like, is it Death Trap? I feel like a lot of celebrities' houses were death traps up on that mountain in Hollywood. Uh, just a disaster ready to be made. Uh, but I was like, damn, the neighbors here, everybody got to know everybody here after living here. Shit, I'm like, you be like friends with all your neighbors on Hollywood Hill. That's probably what I was sitting here thinking. Well, that's probably why they're number one. The one of the biggest reasons why people would move there is to, But then I was like, well, then again, most of them felt very abandoned. Like you'd be like, well, there's one of their houses. You'd say someone's name, a celebrity's name. Be like, well, there's one of their houses, and they would be like, all the houses in Hollywood on the Hollywood Hill were like mostly abandoned. It looked like they were fucking abandoned. It was like they just leave their houses just sitting there, and like just like sitting here thinking like, huh. It really would be hard to break in to these Hollywood mansions, and especially on the outside stuff. What are they gonna do? Arrest me, kick me out when I start hosting the parties in strangers' house? I'm not thinking, dude, if you were in no life and you were fucking lost in the world, and I was trapped in LA trying to eat, find food, and I was about to die, I'd be like, dude, I'm about to die. I know exactly where to spend the end of my life. I'm just gonna break into these rich people's houses. It's like they just eat food, party, have a great time. They're not using them, so I might as well. Anyway, I think one celebrity really stood out, uh, and not I didn't see any of their houses, not that I know of, but I watched a YouTube video and I watched Instagram. I watch a lot of different celebrities, but some are so fucking awesome. Like some really feel like I could actually like. Dude, there's some people out there that are right down your alley in the world, and and when one of the actresses said to another actress, and I was like, shit, that's something I would totally do if I felt like I was like, shit. And then you're like, damn, that's like a feels like a full-fledged connection, like, and that, like, unfortunately I'm not there in the person, but you're like, and then that's where it can become sad though. But at the same time you're like, shit, it's like, well, okay, well, this person's homeless, you can stay with me. And then the person they let stay with them hosts a fucking party at their house, and I'm like, and I wouldn't be mad either. Like I felt the same. Like I was like, dude, that's fucking awesome. It's just like that's fucking awesome. I got back and there's a fucking party rolling in my house. I didn't even expect this. And I'm like, dude, that is fucking awesome. Because I feel like I would do something similar. Like if in a situation like I wouldn't, hey, I'm rich. It's a house. All of this shit is replaceable. I don't really, I'm not much a material person to begin with. So, and so it's like, if worst case scenario, uh, I'm not worried about it. I'm more worried about if someone dies on my property or gets hurt on my property, then yeah, I'm worried about that. That's it. Like, I don't want to, like, I'd be like, when I would host parties, it'd be like, one rule, just don't fucking hurt each other. Don't hurt anyone. Try not to. It's like one rule. Just don't hurt anyone. Don't hurt anybody. I understand some breaks, fine. But life ain't over. But like if so one of you break, like a limb or something, you know you might survive, but you're gonna might live without that limb for the rest of your life. So it's like, and then yeah, and I don't want to be sued. I'd rather not be go through all that shit. But on the other hand, the bright side of me is I don't do any of that because I would more likely just be avoiding the courts, and the courts will come after me. I'm not paying for your medical bills. Just kidding. But when you broke your fucking leg by being stupid, like I didn't break your leg, you broke your own leg. What the hell has my property got to do with it? Oh my god, I could see like if something did become hostile there, like someone's like decided to turn evil all of a sudden, and be like, you know, both wage war against you because of something they did. Like, yeah, okay, well, you're no longer invited to my party, so I was gonna be like, well, I don't need to. I'm gonna make so much money off you that I can host my own damn parties. And it's like, well, that's really fucked up. I feel like shit. I don't, make me not even want to host parties anymore. I don't know who I could trust. And they're like, yeah, you should. Yeah, like, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, you're evil as fuck, right? It's like, like, what the fuck? Dude, I think some of it would be funny. Like like I said, the partying, that some of the illegal shit that people consider like partying in a complete stranger's house would be would be a check off the bucket list. That would be fun as fuck. Um, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of different people that I can see myself hanging out with, and then there's some I do believe like if you analyze the fuck out of something, you can actually prepare yourself for the worst, but you can also over prepare yourself for the worst sometimes. Uh, but you never really under prepare yourself, I think. But you can over prepare yourself for the worst, and it doesn't necessarily stop the worst. It just lessens the blow of the worst if it occurs. Um, but it's like if you sit there and think about things like, well, if you happen to, let's say you are interested in someone, but you're worried about something as silly as like, well, your lifestyle, and there's something like, well, I saw you with this guy this other day, right? And you confront this girl and you're like, and let's say, and then it just feels like you're just sabotaging. You're really not just, you may be lessening the blow, but you're also you could be overdoing this shit. It's just like you can have these conversations with yourself or do a video on them. But like this is things I probably never have a conversation with, but maybe joke about it. But it's just kind of like, I don't know. It feels like if you met someone that you're like, well, okay, and you're having mixed feelings, or your head is in the way, but you're kind of like, damn, I really would love to be with her, but at the same time, you're like, well, damn, she was also with this other person, and you're like, well, and I don't want to ruin this friendship, right? You could be like, too, like, this is a good business deal. Jesus Christ, our friendships are quite profitable. On the other hand, I would hate to lose my career, and I'd hate to lose my life, and that's it's like, I'm sorry, I can't get in a relationship with you because I'd hate to lose my life.
It's like, but anyway, I don't know. I love a little dark humor, but it's an interesting thing. In the end, you really just go with the flow. In the end, it turns out you just go with the flow. You just end up wherever the fuck you can end up. If you're invited, don't be an idiot. Go with it. You know, these people are on the top for a reason, and they're inviting you. But anyway, if I was in position of power and I had all that, I would be very inviting. I'd let a lot of people into my life, and the only real concern, like I feel like I'd have, is just simply inviting the wrong person in, and then learning about it way too late. You know, right? That's pretty much the worst thing I can think of when it comes to um or pissing off your neighbors, perhaps if you're in a location they don't like if let's so that happened, you happen to have a party one night, then and you're in an area that doesn't approve of that, then uh yeah, that could be an interesting scenario to deal with. Um Interesting scenario to deal with. I've dealt with it in a fucking apartment. Something similar. What am I kidding? But at my own, like we turn down music. Uh, it's like people trying to tell people how to live. I always felt like that though. Like I didn't go upstairs and tell you to stop fighting or arguing every time I heard you arguing. That's what I kept thinking. I never went upstairs, knocked on your door, and said, "Please stop arguing. Please stop talking loudly." When I would hear them talk loudly constantly, and bitch back and forth and shout at each other, you know, it's uh, like family members upstairs just fucking like to yell at each other in that apartment. And it's like I didn't come up here and ask you, or tell you, I mean, how to live your life. But all of a sudden they come down and like, well, tell me how to live my life. See, that's where I don't really like apartment buildings a lot of times. A lot of apartment buildings where if you want to live your life and one day you so happen to be in the vibe or the moment and it said blare music, then you blare music and don't give a fuck about your neighbors, about what they're trying to do. It's like, and then you're like, well, you're the enemy. No, no, you're not. The truth is, the enemy is someone trying to take life away and to tell you how to live. If you're not physically hurting anybody when they're trying to silence you, but then come out and figure out other ways, tactics to try to shut you up. And this is why there are certain areas, like I said, that you do not, that are not fun to live in. And it's not like I do that all the time, or anybody does that all the time in general. But it's just like, say, like one time you do it, because like let's say you do it like let's just say not even every month. Let's say like every other month. You're like, well, I didn't do this until then. And then sometimes other people will be like, well, you've been doing this every week. And they'd be like really over drastic, like so many people like over a week. Like, wait a second, I'm fucking like been doing shit, but keeping myself for most of the time. Like you can be completely doing almost nothing, and like for a whole month, and then decide to party when you perhaps you partied you did party like the month before once, let's say, at a big had a good time, and then all of a sudden you go a whole month without doing it, and then you decide to do it, and they're like, oh, you've been doing this every day, or you've been doing this every week. And you're like, I remember how so many people would be basically like jump to this, or like one of my favorites was I didn't have a TV in my bedroom. I had a movie theater in my bedroom, but
rarely kept a TV in there, and I had nothing on in the bedroom, and I had the TVs out in the living room at the time. The setups I'd wrap TVs around, so I had nothing set up or on in the bedroom, and I'd literally like have the TVs on in the living room, and then I'd get someone knocking my door, and I'd be like, "Well, you turn your TV down like in your bedroom." Like they specifically specifically say my bedroom, their words, and I'd be like, I didn't even have a television in my bedroom. I remember being like, I have nothing in there at the moment but a bed in the middle of the room, which I love doing for some fucking reason. I was like boring. Why up against the wall? Unless you're like very in this crowded and you don't have much space. Like I love sometimes just to throw all the furniture in the garbage and just throw my bed in the fucking middle of the room. People thought I was weird, but I thought it was awesome. Including the fucking frame. I broke the frames. I couldn't have frames. They always break on me, frames. But I'm too reckless for frames. But for owning them over time. But looking at and going down the road of all that shit, it's just fucking. It is like you'd be a completely different person somewhere else. New York, different person. When you're roaming around Wyoming, you're out in the middle of the fucking desert, Utah, spending the night in the fucking middle of the desert camping in your van. You know, you so happen to pull out a fucking lawn chair and start eating chili dogs from a Love's gas station. That's literally a Love's gas station across from a Love's gas station. You're just sitting here thinking in your head like, how fucking bizarre is this? But you're just kind of like just loving every second of it, like that you're out here in the desert just kicking back, like camping in the desert. And the only thing nearby is these two gas stations that are also out in the middle of nowhere across the street from each other. It's like, what are they gonna do? Be like, oh, sir, you can't park your car in the desert. They don't do that. It'll never happen to me. You can camp in the desert. I'm 90% sure it's legal to just camp in the desert, to pull over and camp in the desert. I don't think anybody gives a shit unless you're a psychopath that wants to harass you, which I didn't have any problems with. I didn't have problems until I hit PA with traffic. I think I'm thinking about it on the way back. No, I did have a couple. When I was coming out from one area, there was like some state. It's really bad. I can't remember what state it was. Just forgot about it. But I remember one state was like, and I remember on the way there, Baltimore, Maryland was a mess because I went through all that shit. Bumpers in the middle of the fucking road, highway. Like full fucking frames of the cars sitting on the side of the road. And you have to dodge while you're in line. The cars some car drivers are like, just drive over it. Fuck that, damage under my car. I'm not driving over that. I'm driving like literally like I ripped more parts off my car. I already started to lose my own under protection thing that protected the wiring under my car because of literally not being able to dodge certain car parts that are left in the fucking highway. And there's nothing but cars around me, so I'm kind of like left with no choice but to run over some of these fucking car parts. It's like, I don't really like the cities, driving through the cities. It's a nightmare. People smash into each other and crash. When they do have giant ass wrecks, they have fucking bad ones. The wrecks are horrible. I'd hate to be in a Baltimore traffic wreck. I like the way the highway system and the roads are like on top of each other, swirling around like fucking live free or die hard. Next second they start dropping on your ass. It's like, nah. If one car wreck happens on the top, it's gonna send a car down on top of you from above. Very dangerous Baltimore traffic. Well, Baltimore, Maryland. I wasn't actually talking about Baltimore, Maryland. I was actually fucking talking about another place. I was talking about Chicago, Illinois. I just fucking mixed up the names. But Baltimore is pretty bad too, in Baltimore, Maryland, I guess. I've never drove in Baltimore, Maryland. But I've been in it with other people while they were driving. And know it's bad. But I've been in, but I drove in Chicago, Illinois, and that highway system is really bad. The one that was stacked up on top of each other. And tolls up the ass. Because I just happened to take the worst possible fucking highway system. And pay all that. In Pennsylvania is like upstate New York, below. And you're just driving through Pennsylvania. It's all right. But also, Pennsylvania is usually when they start, because of the numbers, usually when you start to like, well, this SUV is like a black SUV, stolen SUV, someone abducted. Start seeing the things scattered across the highway. Fucking psychopaths on the road, Pennsylvania, and then New York, coming out of Pennsylvania into New York usually is the worst, and it was. Literally, if I didn't have my NASCAR driving skills, I would have been in a really bad wreck because of some asshole. They were really up close. They came up, slammed down their brakes, and how I dodged it because I was pinned by literally 3 cars, so I couldn't really like slam on my brakes at the same time. And how I avoided that wreck is the same way NASCAR drivers do when they're getting in tune with their track. They move their tires back and forth to slow their car without hitting the brake. You have to, as you see them jerk their tires, when you wobble the tires, that's what you gotta do, and then it works. And but most people don't know that. You will avoid wrecks by doing that. You can. It'll make you look like you're fucking weirdo, but on the other hand, it will actually save lives, save damage of property. I know how to do that. I never actually drove, never raced a car in my life, but I know how to do it. I've done it before on the highways when there are fucking psychopaths that will slam on their brakes. They can come across cars with no fucking license plates. Like, why don't you call them in? You'd be calling in like every now and then. They come chasing after them like that. Like some vehicles they already know about, and they'll tell you they know about them because they'll flash the words right up on the highway systems. And these people will be fucking just trucking like they don't give a shit. Like they're gonna kill somebody. And then slam on their brakes. Like to deliberately try to crash on people. They're psychos. They're literally trying to kill people. They're fucked in the head. I've come across some really bad ones in my time. I never come across someone like that until I hit, like I said, Pennsylvania and in New York a lot. I've come across a lot of them in New York, like towards the border of Pennsylvania every time. Here's where I come across them. Same area. They seem to like the same area. I don't know exactly, but there's just like one of the things coming from out of it. The ones that isn't a toll road, because I don't take toll roads from PA to New York. I avoid toll roads. I know the road. I know roads. I don't know them by name, but I know the roads. I can drive in and out easily. I was told. Like there's tons of roads, lots of roads in and out of PA, and you can take a toll road. That's what I'm saying. I know because I've done it accidentally once before. That from New York to PA. Actually, from it's weird because it's from PA to New York, back to PA. It's like fucking. I don't even know why that highway exists. That one is just like literally. All right, do you want to pay this and go off the grid? Like fuck that highway. I don't remember what the name of it is, but I've never did that again. All they wanted money that highway. Like charge constantly. The worst I've ever been was probably Rhode Island. But then it's Rhode Island for tolls. Like I think I went on like every toll in the state of Rhode Island. It's like literally like I was getting bills for like months straight from just the state of Rhode Island. And then some of them I paid for, and I remember to be like, "Well, he didn't pay," and then it was real, and then it was like, "Yeah, I did." And then they were like, "Oh, sorry," like they just wanted me to pay again. If people have traveled and been in a lot of different states, I haven't been in every state. I've never been to Texas. I've never been in North Dakota. I've never been to Louisiana, which Louisiana's culture fascinates the hell out of me. I would love to go to New Orleans someday. Check that out. I think that'd be really fucking cool. I've been there. I don't think I've ever been to Mississippi. I've been on the Mississippi and Mississippi River and all the other states above it, like going up, but never from actual the state of Mississippi. Never been to the state above Louisiana. What the fuck is that? Arkansas? Yeah, I've never been to Arkansas. I've never been to the one state that's above Texas, Oklahoma, and on the left, which is New Mexico. I almost went to New Mexico. No, I was nowhere near it. Never mind. I'm fucking weird. I was. Where the hell was I driving? Yeah, maybe I was. It was like a four-corner border. I believe I was in Utah. I don't remember where the hell I was. We had that border. I looked at it and it said closed. It was a four-corner border somewhere. I was like, oh, I'll go there. I absolutely hate the the Las Vegas Strip. Like that highway system, fucking nightmare. I mean, the highway system, I think, starts in Salt Lake City in Utah. Like, for some reason, Utah builds this Vegas Strip all the way to Vegas. And then you don't have to go that way. I wouldn't advise going that way because it's like you pay extra to go there. But it's just like kind of like I didn't like that setup. I didn't like that highway at all. I think some people really design really bad road structures, and I think that's one of them. Come around the mountainside like that, and everybody on that fucking road, it's like a death trap just waiting to happen. Especially if there's storms. I wouldn't even touch that road if there was a fucking storm in Utah. That would feel fucking like suicide. That highway. Dangerous state, I think. Just for the naturality and not the supernatural side of the world. Here's Wyoming. Was the most peacefulest place I probably have ever been. The only downfall is there's no ocean.
I just really liked it. I didn't want to leave, but I felt like I probably should. And then I kind of felt like I should have went. I felt I had like things that I didn't do that I wanted to do when I was in Wyoming. That even make me kind of want to go back to try to do again someday. It's like I kind of feel like some things I should have done. You know, it's like things in the back, like shit, I made a mistake. I didn't do these certain things that I would have enjoyed doing. When I'm on the road, though, I don't like to go to bars unless I have a hotel. So it's like that's the thing. Like I won't do the things that I'll do in cities. The cities is because I don't drive in the cities. I take a bus to the cities. Then I'll be walking around the city and have a hotel on top of that. So I could drink all I want is what that means for the most part. In the cities, I can't do that when I'm out traveling. That's cons traveling with vehicle. But the perks are you get more freedom than you would on a bus or taking the train. Which I've always wanted to take the train all the way from long distance to try it out someday. That would be interesting. But I never have. I've took the train for short distances. There's a Salt Lake City train system, Utah. My grandpa lived in Ogden. I kind of feel like I'm partly responsible for putting Ogden on the map, because I talked about it several times online. Like, and I never heard anyone else talk about Ogden. But and then I started hearing people talk about it. There's a lot of shit out there in the world. I was a little underwhelmed in Las Vegas. Wasn't what I expected. Been to Las Vegas once, and I meh on the place. But I was also there during the day, and I also had a schedule, so I had to make it back to my bus. I was there for a couple hours, so I literally only had like I did have like 4 hours in Vegas, but approximately. But I still was like, and it was during the day, and I heard it was better at night. But with my first impressions, I felt like this really was just a glorified light show that you can get somewhere else, and it was a giant fucking casino bay. And if anybody knows me, I prefer knowledge over gambling. The only way I gamble is if I am depressed. So I don't gamble for fun, because I do not find it fun to be stupid and put fate in the hand of a machine or a trick system. I hate gambling, I guess is what I'm saying. But I don't like doing it, but I have, and I don't think it's a good thing, because last time I did, I fucking lost a shitload of money doing it. So it's like I didn't make any money doing it. So it's like I said, I don't like it. Like, why don't I fucking gamble when I'm more likely to fucking lose anyway on these fucking machines? Or, playing cards or something. I would have a better shot. I never gambled on horses. But I feel like if I did that, I would win. Or if I paid for some of these fucking things that I predicted when it comes to the NFL. If I would have placed a bet on last year that the Eagles would have made it to the Super Bowl with the Chiefs, I would have could have been a millionaire, possibly, on that prediction. You want to know what I predict this year? I predict the Ravens are going to be the Super Bowl this year. I also think that there's going to be a sleeper hit that's going to emerge. I once thought the Eagles were going to make it. I thought Eagles and Chiefs were going to miraculously go back again. I was like, watch this. But then studying and analyzing it, I was like, Eagles aren't going to make it this time either. I think it's going to be San Francisco 49ers are going to steal it from the Eagles. And actually, San Francisco 49ers probably win the Super Bowl this year.
probably they will. They have a good shot of winning now. If they keep playing the way they've been playing, the 49ers will win. How they pulled up. But the Cowboys started doing pretty good too, within miraculously too. So teams that shit usually do garbage started doing things pretty good. Right now, it's this year's a little more difficult. The only one I could say for certain is that I feel very confident about that is going to make it is by looking at the one side, and the one side that had the Ravens on it, like, in the way that everyone else is playing on that side, like, just seems like, just like, it's almost like a no-brainer that the Ravens probably will earn it. We'll figure out how to get to the Super Bowl this year for them, unless a sleeper hits, if a sleeper emerges, which I do have a sense. I do feel like there's some sleeper I'm not paying attention to that will rise on one of the sides, but I don't think it's their side. I think the sleeper is on the Eagles' side. I think it's on the side where the Eagles and versus the 49ers side is going on here. And I think that maybe the 49ers might actually win the Super Bowl this year, or in 2024 now. I don't have a favorite team. I'm the asshole that either picks the underdog or the winning team, or usually I'll pick who I think is going to win, or get close. I'll start narrowing it down if I don't know. I don't watch full games. I watch parts of games. So I do watch certain things, but that's about it. Never been to a NFL game. Been to football, it's almost never been to a football game, but that would be a lie. I've been to high school football. And I did play football for a little bit myself. Mostly on the side before I quit, because I didn't play well with others at the time. I didn't really fit in. I also I had some anger issues during that time. I was just like fucking not interested in working with bullies. And there was just like a bunch of people I just didn't really like on my team. I didn't like my team members. I kind of remember that in high school, or in gym classes, like sometimes getting in the wrong group. I remember there was one sport that I remember doing in gym where I could play by myself against the team and win, like, almost every time. It was volleyball, believe it or not. They made us play all sorts of games. Volleyball, pit me up against 3 people, and I would still win. I remember I was pretty good at that when I was younger. It's because I would channel all my anger into spiking the ball, and I was really good at spiking the ball, like, so they couldn't get to it at time. I remember doing that in high school. But I used to get pissed when I was younger a lot, like in certain situations, because, like I said, I would be put in groups of people that I felt seriously uncomfortable with and didn't want to be associated with. And at the time, I handled it with anger instead. And I would shoot that anger out, that aggressiveness, into the sport, as well, someone once told me to do, and then I actually did it. And in some cases, it pays off, like volleyball, it paid off, for example, in the classroom. I kicked their asses, even though it was not competition, I guess. And it was also not in the sand, so we didn't have like a sandy beach. So I feel like it's probably be a lot harder to do in the sand because I was banking off sneakers. I remember having sneakers on the gym floor and the thing. But I also remember playing, not in gym, but playing. I think the last time I played this was actually somehow they knew it in San Diego. Was water football. It's not really football. It's like a way lesser version, but you just play in the pool with a football, an actual football in the pool, or you could use different exercises and stuff. I would be like, then telling my friend when I was hanging out with her, and be like, I remember them saying back in the day, your boy can play, boy. You know, I remember them calling me your boy. They used to say that all the time, like. I don't like. Sometimes I feel like I don't look like I get my own like third person sight on, and I'm thinking, well, shit, you know, I could be the guy who's working in the background. Like I'll find the grid. I feel like a lot of times I'm the guy who just sits on the bench. But actually, when I'm actually playing some sports, I guess it's true. Yeah, I mean, I could look at it like I'm not, but I'm not bad, I suppose. Pretty decent. Just depends on who I'm playing with. Again, I do believe that might still be in effect. Not as much of a problem as it once was, but I still think it would, some cases, depending on who I'm playing with, I might not be interested. And you'll see my lack of interest because I won't be putting maximum effort. When I go into maximum effort, I'll hurt myself in the sport just to get the job done. That's what it was like for me. I remember track. I didn't actually do track. It was like in another school. We did a running contest, and I ran across the track, and I was like, one kid was so fast. I was having so much trouble. I was stuck in second place for a while, and I was having so much trouble in this fight. And I remember being pissed unless I won when I was a kid. I remember being like, I'm gonna fucking win this, or I'm a fucking loser. I remember feeling if I don't get first. I remember doing this in what wasn't the children's home when I was staying there and went to the school, and many years ago, before high school. This was in, I think, 6th grade, in the summer before 6th grade or something like that, in the 6th grade. And I participated in this race as a middle schooler, and I remember wanting to win so bad that I actually, and I was having trouble with the person I was racing with, because that fucker was really fast, and I just could not beat him. I felt, but I didn't actually feel like that. Like I actually felt like I'm maybe fucking failure if I don't beat them, and I pushed myself to the breaking point, and I beat them. I ended up passing first place and getting first place. But you know the first thing I did when I crossed the finish line? I fucking threw up everywhere. It was fucking nasty. I was hurting myself in sports. That's the thing. Like, I was literally pushing myself to fucking points. Like, if I got competitive, it started to make me think when I was in my mind, like, dude, what I'm capable of doing. Like, I could kill myself out there just to try to win something. Then it makes me reconsider even doing it. Like, that's something I started to learn. Because when I was a kid, I guess I had a couple anger issues every now and then when I was a kid. I guess just would get pissed and, I don't know, just rebel and not want to do something. And if I did do it, I wanted to fucking be the best at it. And I wanted to be God of it, you know? I had this like attitude of like, I'm gonna conquer this. And then I would pay for it, usually. I would rarely come out the other end actually winning. I mean, I would win don't get me wrong, I'd be at first place. I would manage to pull off the victory of the sport, but I would feel like shit afterwards because I'd hurt myself. I would come back out with an injury of some kind. whether it's my, pushing myself to throw up, because I was, like, to be real, I was heavy set at the time. In middle school, I let myself become that. So, and it's hard to race when you're fat. You can put yourself to go to a certain speed, but really what happens when you're overweight, or or you're not in shape, the experience feels like you are uh, really just trying to keep your momentum more, because you could be really fast, but if you're going to be really fast, you also have to be able to carry your own weight across that while you're doing that. So you are going to have to worry more about momentum because you are fat. Other words, when you are running, meaning that's how you would lose. Doesn't mean you would lose. Like, you could win first place as the fattest person in the group. Absolutely true. It's not about whether you're skinny or fat to win a race and be the fastest person. But I will say, if you are, you're carrying more. So you have to make up for what you have to, in strength of what you're carrying, being obese. So you're carrying more weight. See, you have to make more, the momentum. This is how someone who is lighter than you has a better shot of beating you. Because when they're not fat, they have more of a lighter. Think about, like, the light, they don't have to push as much, carry as much. And if they're, they just have to be able to push themselves through, and, and keep their speed there. And yeah, they can have still just as much issues. Like, if they have asthma or breathing issues, that could be a factor. But even with asthma, you could still win a race first place. Again, it's just figuring out how you're going to carry this over. If I can do it, you can do it. I did it before. I know anybody can do it. Even someone who's battling probably the worst disease can do it if they manage to. It's all on the focus. But I can't make any promises that you're going to feel great after you cross the finish line, though, because I got sick, myself. But you literally, like, you might feel like shit and be like, win, but yay, first place. But then you're in fucking pain afterwards. When I got in shape, when I was ripped, like, this photo's online where I was ripped, actually. A couple of them where I literally was focusing. I didn't lift anything but my own body weight. You want to know the technique is to do it all natural or off environment. Any type of workout you do it all naturally. Do not lift weights, because lifting weights is unnatural. I didn't do it by lifting weights. Everything that you see in those photos when I was ripped back in 2019, 2020 even. That's not actually, it was like, I was in better shape than I am now. But that was because I would constantly be working out, though. Like, I worked out almost every day. But and I would be like, what do you eat? Then, believe it or not, I ate fucking ice cream. Sometimes it'd be my only meal, ice cream. So, like, and I still was able to look like that. So, it really ain't the diet. It's all in the patterns and the balance of how you do things. And, that's one of the biggest lies, is diet. I believe if you do eat more poisonous stuff, you do, and you are just having to combat that. That's all. You might just have to do more, but you have to do naturality. And then I also, later on, why I went when I was on a different diet, and I did do a diet though, I eventually was able to maintain it a little more easier. I remember I know some people will criticize the hell out of like vegans and stuff, but I wouldn't eat meat for over a year. I think it was like over 2 years. I was a lacto-ovo vegetarian where I actually had dairy and cheese, but I wouldn't, or eggs and uh, cheese and eggs, cheese, and and ice cream, obviously. So I was lacto-ovo vegetarian for like 2 years. I believe I was a lacto-vegetarian, was 2018, 2019. For like 2 years straight. It was like maybe it was 2017 to 19, maybe even longer. But like back when you look at this, if you ever look at my Instagram photos back when I lived on the Golden Age apartments, I didn't even eat meat. Like during that period of time, you couldn't find meat in my apartment. You'd never find meat in my apartment, and and if you would open my freezer, fucking, I remember just opening the freezer, be nothing in the freezer but ice cream. I'd fucking fill that bitch up with just ice cream and different flavored shit. If there was meat in any of the products, then I didn't know about it, and then I might have consumed something. But at the same time, most of the time, I was literally eating, as my meal was, almonds, eggs, lettuce, and making basically breakfast wraps, and I would eat that for the longest time. And then I went into be, for months straight. I went from lacto ovo to ovo. I think I went for ovo for a whole year actually. I think it was the ovo vegetarian, where I actually dropped dairy eventually, entirely. And then after that, I became a vegetarian, full vegetarian, but didn't last because I think that lasted only like 3 months, being full vegetarian. I might have did that for like 3 months before I went back to being old vegetarian, before I ruined it completely. You know how you ruin a diet? Peer pressure. Letting people get to you, who you're hanging out with. If you sit at a table and say, well, you're not going to eat it, if you're not going to eat unless you eat what we're eating, and you don't have any food, and you have to be at someone's house, for example, a friend, and that's all they have, and either going to starve or you're going to eat, and all they provide is like meat product stuff. Then you're asking for loss, and that is really how I lost my diet. The lack of support. Nobody I was around gave a shit about my diet, but me. And you have to take that abuse constantly. Because trust me, it's not easy to do the diet. It's not easy to work out. It takes a lot of work, and mentally, it can make you angry and upset, and you trying not to be angry with people, and you're expected to be this super nice person. It's like, or you're gonna be like written off and all sort of shit. It's like a fucking nightmare. Mentally, it's a nightmare. Not physically. My body was great then, far better than what it is now. I could do it again, if I was living alone and had a routine while I was living alone, or if I was living with someone who supported it, was all supportive of any of the things I did. As crazy as this sounds, I'd lift my own body weight, and I would balance off a broken chair for the longest time, with one foot. Don't do at first. It's hard at first. And I even tried to do what I used to do. now, and you can actually literally, it ain't easy, because last time I tried it, I almost fucking fell, because I have to relearn it, because again, it's patterns. You have to adapt to the environment, what you're doing, mindset over matter, and adjustment. I didn't do that shit overnight. It took training to do what I was doing. I trained myself to do it. I didn't learn how to read by someone teaching me how to read. I learned how to read by investing hardcore time in books and audio tapes. And at the point I taught myself off resources that were provided to me with no teacher. Just the material objects, me teaching myself. You know how I learned how to read? Maybe that's why these books survived. So many fates. These are the OG books. Those first 4 Harry Potter books up on my shelf, somehow I have not lost throughout these years. And they even survived a fire somehow in a dresser drawer. But those books up on that shelf, not the 5th one as much, but the first 4 was where I taught myself how to read. I did not know how to read until I obsessed over those 4 books. I wanted to go to Hogwarts. I was obsessed with the magic world. I was absolutely fascinated with the wizarding world. And if I wasn't, I might have never read. Literally, I don't know. Good question. Because no one at the school could teach me how to read. I didn't take a reading class. I still couldn't fucking read in reading class. So I had to read. I taught myself how to read. I was fucking retarded in school in some cases. And then in some cases I was really smart. But like science, I was somehow miraculously really good in science, and eventually I was really good in English as well. I liked English. I liked storytelling, and so when I was in, but I didn't like English. Maybe a lot of English classes were fucking boring as shit. Topics that were dull. We'd read books that I really didn't want anything to do with, but I remember very depressing stories that I really liked. And I don't know, stories I wish, I don't know, fucking even Lords of Lies and all that shit. I didn't like that book. I don't know, damn. But just fucking, I don't know, but weird. But I don't know. But anyway, who the fuck wants to read that book? Who wants to immerse themselves in a shitty ass world like that? Or on an island like that? It's not even interesting. I might be able to tolerate watching something like that, but reading that's a fucking bored out of my fucking mind. Reading Lord of the Flies. There's only one exception of a book that was slow as fuck. That I thought was slow, and it was called The Outsiders, and that I liked. That I thought was okay. Well, this book is alright. Certain elements about it, but I think it wasn't about me liking the area or the people. It was more like, huh, I'm an outcast. It's like, oh, that was maybe a little more like, okay, maybe I'm worse than the outsiders. Maybe I can find my people. It's like fucking weird. Like, why the hell do you want to be friends with be in that situation too? Like, you can ask yourself. I don't know. I think I found some connections with that one a little bit, but I wasn't bored with that book. But like I was with Lords of the Flies. But War of the World was a book also we read. I think that was also a mandatory book we had to read. I believe it was
one of the many mandatory books. It's a mandatory book. You have to read War of the Worlds. Why? Probably because it made a lot of people commit suicide on the radio. And it left an impact to the point where they're like, because quite literally, the book is mostly around speculation and then drives into this kind of like scenario and it starts talking about the robots, like the aliens, and then it, what you're reading, you it starts to feel very far-fetched. Is what I'm trying to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I felt very disconnected with that book. Like I felt like I didn't believe it. I was like, how the fuck can people believe this was real? Like I guess I was different when I read that book. I was like, what? Remind me again, what's real about this? And I kept thinking, like, I don't know, I just felt disconnected from it when I was reading it, but in school at least. But there's a lot of popular books that probably didn't sit well with me 100%. But maybe because it's a fucking movie, this story's been done so many times that it just feels literally boring at this point. There's way better alien content than that. But there's a lot of cool things out there. You gotta be careful what you read. I used to talk to someone on my bus, one of my buses, when I was a kid, about. She used to believe that there were books that would burn out your eyes. Oh my god. What grade was that? Was that 5th grade or 6th grade, too? I was on the bus. This girl would be like, it was sit next to me, and he'd say, that talk about books that would burn out your eyes, or cause you to go blind, and I remember just simply enjoying that conversation. We just talk about books all damn day. About even books, like pull a book off the shelf and just fucking eyes start bleeding. That was fucking weird as shit. Come to think about it, but I didn't think it was weird back then. When I look at it in third person, going back, like viewing it myself, like, huh, what the fuck was that conversation about? So we're just sitting there talking about a lot of books, in whether you believed in these books were real or not. Like you could find books that could make you sick, like cursed books that had certain effects. Like if you would read them, you'd, like I said, your eyes would bleed, or you'd go blind, or you'd see demons for all of your life. It would pop into your eyesight. The moment you read it, you'd be like traumatized for the rest of your life by a demonic entity. Just talk about all sorts of shit. We were both very big Harry Potter fans, and that's where we had that connection. I remember we had we'd have some arguments over fucking content because we were both so passionate about the like Hogwarts and shit, particularly the Wizarding World. And I remember having even arguments with her about like what went down, and I don't know, certain things we had a couple disagreements. Like I remember saying like something like that. I think I was that you know yeah, that I was wrong about, and she was right about it, and but I, with some reason, believing that I was right about it at the time, but I actually was wrong about it, but because I something stupid, but it was the Forbidden Forest, a thing on the Forbidden Forest, and I remember you talking about the Black Woods and shit, because talking about shit like that didn't even take place in the books, but about where Lord Voldemort was, or little scenes. We'd get into detail talking about how the fuck even Voldemort got into the back of Quirrell's head, type conversations. Is what I'm saying, like, and how he came across them, come from a pub, and sometimes we'd entertain ideas, how Peter Pettigrew even reunited with the Dark Lord and found him, and all this other stuff, those things that they don't really 100% connect in the books. Like, we fill in the plot holes a lot of times. And we would battle each other when we weren't talking about that stuff. We battle each other on our Game Boy Colors. Pokemon. Because we both had a Game Boy Color. Oh, man. What happened to people like that? What happened to me? Oh, like, I used to do shit like that, too. I don't even do anything like that anymore. Different. Way different, but I probably fucked Game Boy Color. Long ass cord. So I trade and battle them with the cord. Check fucking magnify glass. An awkward fucking magnifying glass thing. And my turquoise Game Boy Color. Yeah, fosters type stuff. She was a foster care like I was. But she was in it worse than me. Way worse than me. She had it way worse than me in the foster care systems. She went through that stuff. When I went through it, I wasn't in it for that long. I ended up going back with my biological parents. I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure she never did. She went through a bunch of different foster care systems. I think she was from Texas. But was just living in New York, a foster care system in New York. I think she was born in Texas, if I recall. But New York, do you know how hard it was to find anybody who was interested in what I was interested in upstate New York? In all the schools I went in through upstate New York, not once did I ever come across someone that liked the same thing as me that was born in the state of New York. With the exception of Gary. There was a kid named Gary. I forgot about that because that was like elementary school. In one school, and that someone who was obsessed with, also big into certain things. But the thing is I remember he was, yeah, alright. So I remember we would argue a couple times too. I remember like position roles. So like, because sometimes I remember like being a weirdo, we'd like fucking pretend we're wizards, like reenact, like kind of do our own scenes and stuff like that. In school, being a little kid doing shit like that. Like we were imaginary friends, but instead we were just like we had a bit of a creative difference though. See, Gary always wanted to be a character that already existed, and I remember being like wanting to invent my own character when I was like, what, 10? I wasn't even 10. I thought I was younger than 10 when I was doing that, like reinventing. And when I did that, and like, well, I'll be Ron Weasley and you could be Harry Potter or something like that. I remember he was okay with being Ron or something. And I thought, I don't want to be Harry or Ron. I want to be me. I want to be my own character. I remember, like, if I'm going to do this, go to Hogwarts, I'm going to be my own person. And I remember not understanding that, having the hardest fucking time trying to comprehend what the hell I was saying.
and that's why our role playing didn't last long, our type of acting, because we had like a massive creative difference. I also did my first school play ever in that school. Same school. First role I ever played in my entire life on us. Well, this wasn't in a classroom in front of a bunch of people playing a fictional character. And that was an actual set of play. It was a fucking dragonfly. Jesus Christ. Can't lie about that one. Alright, a fucking dragonfly. Fucking embarrassing, weird ass role. First ever fucking fictional character I ever played. Not in front of people. I mean, I played a lot of fictional characters before then, that when on my own time. But that was a school play in the classroom school play. A lot different than, because I didn't do my first stage play. Because all the stage plays were musicals. I was in musicals, and every single one of them was a musical, and I had some kind of musical role. Believe it or not, I sang. Believe it or not, I sang on stage, and playing some of these characters, and I don't even fucking remember what the hell they were. I remember like setting up things. We have props on the stage. We pretend to be doing something. It was a fucking weird shit. I think it was awful. I feel like it was awful. In my mind, it was awful, but I didn't get a scholarship for that shit. I got a scholarship for my writing, for my creative mind. I didn't get a scholarship for acting. I got a scholarship for creative writing to be what is said. But I like to think of it as imagination, for my imagination. But I won awards from an ex-NFL football player. I got an award for. I was presented on the stage. Award show. School stuff. The film. Yeah, if you do all that, you can do it elsewhere. I would assume. You know, I have very differing views when it comes to awards than I think some other people. Like, I almost am like not for rewards at the same time, even if I'm getting the reward. Like, I almost am like feel like Christmas, like where I always felt like Christmas to me for many years straight when I was growing up was acting. There were times where I was like genuinely happy, and there was times where I wasn't, and I felt like I had to be. And I remember it was so fucking dramatic and weird, and just being like, yeah, awesome. And but not like that. But I remember fully going out about it. Nowadays, I lost that. I don't do it anymore. I just don't give a shit anymore. But back then, I was like worried to the point where I really had to go put on a hell of a performance to make sure that someone knew I liked this item, even though I hated it. But yeah, it's like you're not a very good person. I'm not a very good person, so I wasn't then. I was the black sheep and fit in, but my birth mom was also a liar constantly. So it's like, I mean, my lullaby was, if you don't go to bed, the devil's gonna get you in real life. Oh shit. Whose fucking mother is like, sits there and like, probably a lot of them, a lot more than you think. Like, you're never gonna see your brother again. We're gonna send him away. It made my sisters all upset then too. I remember it was fucking rough times. My mom was a bit of a psychopath. Verbally. My stepdad, on the other hand, my mom would defend him, though, and would say, "Oh, he's not hurting you. He didn't hurt you." She loved to do that. Even after he would punch her in the face, he would hit her, and she would still try to make up some stories. Like, he never hit me. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? Except for I didn't laugh. When I was in that situation, I would get into fist fights and fight with my stepdad and be thrown through walls. So sometimes I think like if my head goes through concrete like it has, it feels like it's almost like I lost my fight that I had. I grew out of my fight. You know, I'm a bit. I was a biter. I was a fighter when I was a kid, and then you just start to realize, well, sometimes maybe winning is just like, what the fuck did I win out of all that fighting? I'll accomplish ultimately fucking nothing. Even will get a reward for winning a race, but you fucking suffer and puke afterwards. Yeah, making a set shape, and I don't know, just really, I don't know. It's fucking hard to explain. I guess it can be. And partly why I guess I don't really give two shits about a reward as much in a lot of cases. It's weird because we look for trophies, right? Perhaps every now and then, I don't go for that trophy, but I could get that trophy. But in the end, it's like, do I really need to get that trophy? It will look nice on your gamer tag. Is your gamer tag like your fucking report card? Take your gamer tag and be like, well, look at this. Yeah, I got third platinum. All Insomniac games, platinums. Interesting, right? I guess it can be. It's just a lot internally. And then you have to be okay with being alone. If you're not, well, you're gonna be alone anyway. So you might as well learn how to deal with it. I lost my fight. For sure. I feel like I did. Like the desire to do what I used to be able to do. That will, it's more the will, that I lost. That desire there. Like part of the fire just snuffed down. Now it's like I think, and I might not react if I think at all. I might not even react at all if I think about it. I've literally went, and the last couple times I went and helped people, no brains, were just jumping. What was it? I don't fucking know. I just did it. And, I just jumped, helped someone to wreck, helps someone in Manhattan. I don't know. I barely helped them, though. I kind of like nobody else was helping them, so they just pass on drunk. One person. So I believe this may sound crazy as shit, and I didn't know who I was talking to when I was talking to her originally. Honest to God, and I was like, yeah, I mean, she's very beautiful, and I was like, and this girl was down. It was like, you help me.
I don't know. It's a very awkward situation because I almost, now when I look back at it, I kind of like questioning whether I did shit or not. Like, if I was helpful at all. Everyone walking by. The lady supposedly only speaks Spanish. I didn't know what to do. The other lady was covered in the other lady's vomit. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I don't know, like, know what the hell to do. So I don't know. Kind of like at the time, I was like, I could do something, and I was like, well, what if I call the ambulance? And I was like, dude, probably anybody can do that. And like, I don't know, like, what else could you do? Like, bring some stranger into an imaginary house that you don't have? If I wanted to do that, to help them and clean them up, I wouldn't have had that plan. I was homeless at the time, and I remember being like, well, okay, you know. One of the fucking things probably one of the worst things I said to her when I took the subway with her, and I sat there thinking I was just like way too damn honest, because I remember being like, yeah, I'm homeless right now. I'm like, what the fuck are things going on in my mind? Well, and I was like, oh shit, well, okay. And then moment I was like, any chances I had, I probably just walked through out the window right there. And I was like, how do you show interest? Because I was actually interested in her, but trying to figure out how to. And then I wasn't thinking straight. I wasn't really thinking at all. I was really just going with the flow, to be honest, and really like the energy at a point. We're at the point where I kind of did want. I really liked her. I was like, kind of like, remember feeling like she's warm, someone I could hang out with, ages, fall in love with. She was very kind, nice. And she mentioned, I didn't think much of it, but she mentioned she was an actress, and 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 that she babysitted or something. She said, but I kind of think like maybe she was lying to me at times, but I just didn't know about it. I don't know. I don't know. She was really nice. Um, she acted like she was appreciative. I feel like I was mostly clueless as fuck, and going with the flow. And then, like, I was like interested in, you know, did I do it to be able to strike conversation with her? I could say yes, but I could also say no, because, like I said, I've helped people that I didn't know, but I've done similar situations. People that wipe bikes, so that no, I probably still would have checked up, at least said something. But I was like interested. Um, I don't know. It's very sometimes you come across people you just meet, and you could be like kind of like feel their energy, their aura, and you're like, okay, I can spend the rest of my life with this person, this complete stranger. But it's like you gotta be careful. Don't say this. Don't say that. You're gonna put an end to this before it even fucking begins. Instead, I said some other honest things that I shouldn't have said. Like I said, oh, I'm like homeless, and I was like, fuck me. I probably should not have said that. I kept thinking in my mind, I should not have said that. That was too honest. That was like too honest. But that's some good image I was sitting here thinking. And she gave me her number. We hit it off. She gave me her number. So I had her number. And I was really homeless. So after that, when she got off her stop, I didn't. So I just kind of was like, okay, I'm just gonna spend the night on the subway. Uh, and so I did get off somewhere and take the subway around. Like I was lost in the subway systems because I didn't really know what to do in that moment. I really was kind of like feeling lost at the same time, just wandering around in the subway system in the middle of the night by myself, and watching other people sleep, thinking, questioning, can I do that? You know, like in my mind, like, can I sleep? Like, can I just kind of like sleep on the subway and be fine? It turns out no. I'm somehow apparently a target. I can be. I wake up, I'm robbed. Never, you know, just my phone gone, my wallet gone, uh, completely there, me, myself, and I. With, yep. So, I guess my mind was fucking warped too at the time. I felt like my mind was warping through sleeping on hard surfaces in New York City. Sleeping on a bench, sleeping on fucking floors, wherever I could. That it starts to take a toll on you. It really does. And you start to feel like, well, shit, I'm fucking destroyed. And I'm like, I did that. I was homeless in Manhattan. I did that in Manhattan. People say, well, people help you out. I didn't ask for help until last minute, until shit hit the fan when I was homeless. And that was, so I will admit, I didn't ask for help from probably the right people if I did. I don't think I asked for help. I don't remember asking for help. And I think, you know, at the point I was like, I asked a construction worker because it was fucking winter, and I felt like shit. I remember feeling like shit, and I was like, can I have, you know, $50 or 20 or whatever to pay for my? I was like, I need to rebuy my ticket because I missed the train, or not the train. I mean, I missed the bus. And my mind is so broken, and that was probably why, you know, I was like, I'm just gonna go to my parents. You know, I was like, and I did. Went back. When I never had any intention on coming back at that time. I had intentions of making it work in Manhattan, but I was really defeated to the point I was starting to feel like my mind was literally slipping away. And that at any moment now, you know, I would be giving everything away because there was a part of me that felt like I'm in a fucking capitalist world, you know, and I'm be handing out shit. I'm gonna be the stupidest fucking person in the world. Where if I have tech, I'm so brain dead, I'm be handing and donating my fucking life away to the point I can't even have shelter because I'm too busy giving shit away. Because I gave a battery away, I was giving away things that I had left, the few things I had left. I gave a hoodie away to some homeless person, and I was homeless too. The battery away to some homeless person, and so I was like, well, I'm starting to lose lose things. I'm starting to lose. Well, not having much to give, and soon enough, soon I won't have much to give. Um, and yeah, I was invited by someone. I did have a night to stay in Brooklyn. It was Brooklyn, the Bronx. Some complete stranger. He invited me, and I slept on their couch. So, but after that, I was like, I didn't dare ask. I didn't even ask to stay another night. I was just like, I didn't want to. You know, I was like, I'm pushing it too far. I remember that feeling.
And I didn't, and I left. And then, I don't know, just meet a bunch of different people in New York City. Some that have like asked if I needed help, and sometimes I feel like I didn't. It's people like you thriving. And I was like quite out of my words. Like the last one, not the last time, but the one time when I was in March, right? The time I talked about what happened when I after the Dua Lipa concert I went to with the Cancer sign and then all that Sagittarius sign stuff too. And when I was in Manhattan and then I was encountering and the wicked thing, the Cancer sign led me to that, I suppose. I don't know, but anyway, I remember someone did ask me if I needed help though, some random stranger, and I remember saying, like, thinking that I probably should ask for help, and I was like, and then I said, like, nah, I'm fine. You know, I'm surviving, not thriving, but I'm surviving. I remember saying something like that, and wandering around Manhattan, this place where people are made and destroyed. Yet I felt so lost and unwanted at the same time, like I didn't belong, or I was connected to some higher supernatural force that doesn't exist, right? That I could speak about. And I started connecting to like spiritual shit. And I was just like so fucking lost at the same time, just wandering around, getting no areas, and just so like literally like feeling like the girl, a girl, let's say the girl of my dreams could be living in Manhattan, but she fucking hates me, you know, or she doesn't give a shit about me. I'm thinking about stuff like that. I was like, who I love probably don't would never fucking love me. And I don't know. It's just eventually everything, you know. It's like it's these reaching out. It's like, well, I'm gonna be like, well, I was brought here by a spirit. I kept seeing shit. You know, it's like fucking delusional and knock on somebody's door that is actually a somebody, and then fucking get labeled and arrested, you know, or something. It's like, you know, I was like, I'm not doing that. Not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I refuse to do that. I'm like, I'm not knocking on anybody's door, even if they aren't famous. I was like, I'm not doing that. And he was like, we could just knock at people's door, and then the worst case, they tell you to fuck off. But I wasn't even willing to knock on anybody's door, to even try. So I didn't knock on anybody's door. And I just kind of like was on my own, wandering around, thinking that's how it had to be. But I had to figure this out by myself. That's exactly how it went down. Something a lot like that. And you ever feel so close, but yet so far, and not even entirely know, like, what the hell it is 100%. Apart from you being like, well, it's spirit. It's the love of your life calling out to you from beyond. Some shit. It's like trying to bring you home. You know, and you're like, well, that's fucking delusional. That's fucking delusional to even think about. It's just like someone said, you just sabotage yourself. I guess I kind of learned that as somewhere down the road, I started, like I said, I lost my fight. Something happened, and I never lost my creativity. And in some ways, that's a bad thing. You know, you could say, I never lost my infinite imagination. Again, I could be like, well, that's a good thing, but I can also be like, well, that's a bad thing too. I'd be like, well, how's that a bad thing? Bad thing is that you can lose touch with reality because your imagination is so powerful. Goodbye, reality. Hello, fucking 24/7 dreaming.
if you're not careful. So it's devastating. It really is. It feels not, it's not just heart-wrenching. You know, I feel like heart-wrenching is better even than the feeling that this feels. It's really like soul. Like it really goes even deeper than a heart. It's like being. It's just fucking being fucked with. Like who you are. Who you're supposed to be, where you're supposed to be, who you're supposed to be with. Like your family is robbed before you. You are robbing. You're robbed yourself at the same time as you're loving people. And it's like, well, if I'm not careful, I could be too kind. If I'm not careful, I can give you my wallet and then go fucking sleep on the side of the road for a month and hope that I don't fucking die on the side of that road. If I'm not careful. I started to realize things about myself. That if I went from as a kid from where I could be angry or I could have fight to someone who could also give you, you know, his shirt, clothes, that and so it doesn't even really matter. Do I matter? Does talent matter? Does this create worth and value? So last time I was in Manhattan, before I get into one of my hotel rooms, out of the kindness of a Starbucks, I ordered a drink, you know, to hopefully be like, okay, and I dozed off while everyone looking real rich and fancy on their laptops. Like it was a regular day routine for them, like they were like going in there, and I'm just sleeping, trying to sleep, you know, like, you know, just I doze off, I'll wake back up, trick awake. People probably looking at me like I'm a fucking weirdo. I'm fucking sleeping in the Starbucks. Not because I was literally didn't have somewhere to sleep at the time, it was because fucking hotels were like, oh, well, we can't get in the hotel room now. And I had to wait until fucking, what, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock? I don't fucking remember, but it was a bit. And you know, you can pay extra to get this rushed. I didn't know what to do. And I barely had any money. I was a little bit worried about that scenario, making the wrong financial move at the same time. So I waited it out and slept at a Starbucks instead. In the morning when it opened, dozing off constantly. And someone walks in, looks at me, and I was noticing, like some fancy business person walks in wearing a suit, like they're fucking rich as shit, looks at me, you know, the first impression, and they verbally say, what a waste. Then they walk out the door. The spirit, I'm saying this person's really ignorant. They can just smile at your own death, your own doom. So familiar with corruption and not familiar with love, but familiar with pure utter suffering, having to mask it just to please others. Let that sink in. I was going to say be nice. And then I'd be like, well, a serial killer could be nice before they fucking murder us. How is that define shit? Being nice, and then if I'm not nice, they send my ass to Azkaban, send me to jail. Indecent usages of words. That's where we're at now in America. Jesus. That's not freedom of speech. That's people literally abusing power. It really is a lose-lose. There ain't a win. And you're not even in the game. I'm not even in the game. Yet, I am a part of it. Not in it. I'm just the guy who creates shit and gives it away. And then other people run and do what they want with it. Start something, influence, and suffers. Tries to find a medicine to cure it, to try to temporarily solution of time. And then be like, well, the people who watch people cry, they happen to be filming it. Film me cry. It's almost like I don't cry. They film me with a fake cry, perhaps. Right? And it's like, how the hell do you tell? How the hell do you tell if that person's crying for real when 2019 was a big year for me. It started off a lot of things. And it also started to reveal answers to me about the real world, about everything, about like the city, about how, being so disconnected for so many years out in fucking middle of nowhere or upstate New York, to realize that upstate New York ain't the real world. Upstate New York don't even barely have a say in the real world, as much as you may find out later on that there is supernatural shit. And that people are like literally all these fictional things people talk about that are not real, and how the talk is in a town that's like next second you're in a fucking city that is nothing but unnatural and supernatural. And it's like in full of different types of cults, organizations, and groups, and people going through it at the same time to experience what makes these cities so different from any other city. It's sure in hell ain't the buildings, the landscape, as much as you may think. It's really the energy, the vibes, the frequencies. A lot of times, when you look at what makes New York such a stage. Because it's insane. It's an inescapable stage. It's like it could try to escape and just goes back into its stage. The one thing that New York never fucking changes is that it's a stage. It'll try to escape being the stage, but it won't last. It's like fucking cursed and destined and fated to be the stage. Period. Whether anyone likes it or not. It's just kind of like stuck like that. And medical spirits are present. So is a lot of fucking living people and Wall Street people trying to sell shit. And people be like, you can buy a billboard, put your name up on the billboard. Someone said that to me too. Like, oh, it doesn't cost a fortune. You can have your name up on that billboard. You can put your name on the billboard if you want to. Would I? I mean, will it help? Then sure, I guess. Why not? Fuck it. I mean, what am I putting on this billboard again? I don't know. It's just kind of like humor the idea. But it's like in the end, like, do you need your name up on that damn billboard? It's like I see your name up on that billboard. I see my name up on that billboard. I can see a picture of me up on that billboard, right?
You want to know what I see? I see myself being on someone else's board. I don't see myself on the board by myself unless someone is putting me up there to take me down or to prove a point. I feel like a lesson or a coworker or someone just so happens to be connected to someone else. Because why in the hell would I put myself up on the screen? Trying to think like someone else is going to do it. I'm not going to seek to do it. If I'm going to be on this screen, I'm going to be on that screen through someone else trying to sell something or market something that I would be associated with. So maybe a fictional character I play. But can I see that? When I see myself up there, I feel, like almost like it's not me. It's not the fact that I can't, it's like I can see myself, but it's the feeling I get from it. If that makes any sense. It's like, sure, I could see that happening, but I can also see it not happening at the same time. And it's how I feel about it. And how I feel about it is that I'm not a brand, I'm not something you sell. I'm an actor, pretending, if I'm on that damn thing. Or someone else putting me up there for their own agenda. Sell perfume. I'll sell perfume. People are like, well, you're selling perfume now. You got likeness. Fucking AI. Artificial intelligence. I'd like to introduce this. I call it the dog shit. Have you ever wanted to smell like dog shit? Jesus Christ. Maybe that's why partly was like, why Borat's place? I'm gonna go to Borat's place. I'm breaking into fucking Borat's place. Guy's a weirdo, right? So what the hell? Fuck it. Probably get shot by Borat. And one of the houses I was trying so hard, I was just sitting here thinking, like, I had too much going through my head, but also feelings. Like, even someone mentioned someone. And, Taylor Swift. Supposedly there was a house supposedly on one road. Like, pretend and say, I didn't see that. I tried so damn hard to say I did not see that. Unfortunately, I did see that. That they were at least claiming where their house was. But anyway. It's very interesting. And then you look at all the emotional construction, like how many houses Justin Bieber has, for example, to
your mind drifting to like Selena Gomez, and then how all that went down, and it's like things in the past. You also look at things in the future, and you just are like, or the present. To see everything, to see nothing. It's like someone saying, do you have 20/20 vision? Pass 20/20 vision test. And then you go tomorrow and you fail 20/20 vision test. Then you go and you get an unusually high number the next day. Yeah, you take the same damn test 3 different days, eye examinations, and get 3 separate fucking results by experts. So just be honest, we've seen. I see mutation. What do you want to hear from me? My eyes, what I see, I can rearrange this word purchase backwards all around. I can see SHCRUP all backwards. I can also shrink the P into a lowercase. I could take that chase, purchase. I could tear that word, put a chase per. Channel as E. Take away the E, place a dot instead of this place. Perhaps put a 1 where the A is to make things a little more confusing for some other puzzle makers. But not much. Some people will place a 1 with the I. The I. So what does it look like to you? And you know what I see? Ever like constant changing. Non-stop changing. People used to say nobody changes. And nothing changes. Bullshit. Everything doesn't stop changing. Just people trying to fight the current of change. That's at least how to fight to stop the current of change. Well, dilation. Your intake. Someone says, I don't do this because I get nothing from it. Then ask what's it mean to get nothing from something. To get something from something. Why would you watch movies? What do you get from watching movies? What's this fucking trade system that's going on? This unseen trade system. To fucking teleport words back and forth through text. Again, knowing is a curse. At the same time as it is power. But it also will change you if you let it. It can. You could change you. But how do you feel? Guess what about programming? This fucker's a programmer. Let's let heart leak in. You're obsessed with me. Let heart leak in. I'm not obsessed with you. Do you want me to be? I didn't say that part, but I did say I'm not. But then you look at like the whole heart thing and you're like, did you feel love there? Did you feel something? Oh yeah, I did. Then why don't you let it happen? Why don't you fight for it? That feeling. You ask yourself the same question. Why don't I fight for this? I could fight for this, couldn't I? What happens if I fight for this? If I have a sense
that I could fight for any emotion on planet Earth. This rogue emotion. And I was like, you need to control your emotions. And I said, wait a sec, control your emotions. Control love, control hate, control fear, control all emotions. Again, I learned so much. Some would say perhaps too much. That it may have sabotaged me for the rest of my life at least. Perhaps the only way I'd ever be able to is to die first. To truly die would be my only chance. Death would be my only way, perhaps. Someone will love you. Everything gotta be some goddamn puzzle. Long-term agenda. Everything gotta be fought for. You know, someone else will do it. You gotta much fight. The will to fight for something constantly. Then until eventually you're like, I can't fight. 2 holes for this shit. Eventually you just beat. And ask yourself the question, why do I do this? Because I love her. Right? You can be like, because I want, she makes me feel good. You know, and it's true. But then you ask the question, and you're like, what if I could make it so I don't? What if I can destroy my heart? Start asking questions. What if this leads to something else? What if you can conquer all emotions, what if the only way is to be everything and nothing? How, if you can have love, if you can only have it through fighting, then you're investing in war, you're investing in fighting. So now everything is fighting. Aggressiveness, perhaps even. It's not fighting enough. See what it starts to manifest, what it starts to turn into. And then you're like, well, we can have wars 10 times worse. We can be the god of wars. We can be the god of the world. If the only way to keep you is through fighting and democracy, is by fighting, can you feel what we could do? We could become the god of war. Or instead of sitting back and enjoying the disaster show, so love or power. Why would you let yourself ever love someone that could kill you, or worse, control you or brainwash you? Why would you ever let love win? What makes this girl so worthy to fight for her? What makes her so worthy? She's a star. 50 million fucking stars in this world.
beyond, even more. So, again, what makes her truly the one? Or the other way around, my real way. Again, love is through knowledge, through learning as much as I learned. Simply doesn't exist. There's no such thing unless you let it be. No God loves when you can have power, when you can rule, when you can rule in hell, even transform and conquer dimensions, destroy. It's all no delusion though, right? None of it's real. Not even that's real. Whole power thing too. No such thing. Democracy decides the fate. Must be guilty because democracy decided so. See how much trust you put into something blindly when deep down you know the flaws. You see the cracks in the government, in hundreds and millions of people that are victims and supporting the insanity they call home or their country or government. And it is full of imperfections and sins and evil. So again, can you love honestly? I ask the question, can you love in an evil, evil government? Honestly. The answer is not without consequences. You'd better off be loving this person in secret and lying about it in an evil government. I found, for example, if you do fall in love with someone, how people are so dependent on people that their friends can instantly sabotage them. Democracy can put an end to it before it even begins. Or have a culture of some significant requirement to achieve such a thing. Approvals, aka approvals, meaning the approvals of those who control other people's cultures because they're their friends. So they believe. But often we will find out later down the road and ask the question, are they really? I know this too. I've had plenty of friends that I find out down the road were really my friends. I was a friend. wanting them to be my friend. But they were never my friend. I was their friend. You see? When you give, and never get back. You know what I have to say about friends? Fuck friends. If we're not family, if we can't be family instantly, then I'm not interested. This means there is no home without the right people. Home is not a place. That's what that means. So I may have somewhere I rent, where I live, but that does not make it my home. I could have an apartment, I could have a van, an RV down the road, a mansion. Still not my home. Never will be. But you gotta be careful because we live in a very evil fucking system. Again, I wonder why people lie. The shine down. See you again, my friend. See you again, my friend. See you around. See you again. We saw each other before. See each other again. Spiritual connection. I'm sorry. Who are you again? Who's the members on this band? In this band? How do we know each other? Remind me. Because I'm fucking confused. Well, this is my first time ever. It really is my first time ever, right? Physically. Maybe when I was dead, before I died, a bit of visit with me. Well, first time, I'm so happy to be able to be playing in this city for the first time. Third time. They don't even know. This is numbers. They don't know. I also had a conversation with people in the fucking one. People instantly jump to the other things in the background. They think they know certain things, but you know how blind people go into concerts? Name one person that isn't ignorant, that surrenders to any sound. I'm sorry, what's this lyric mean? This word mean? What's this? Oh, surrender, give in, who cares? Night, night time. They go, oh, wow. Shit. It's like, well, why can't you see this? Tremendous pain. It's like Lilith calling your way next thing you're like, no wonder why. You're talking to the mother of demons here. Like telepathically, eh? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I kept thinking Hearthfire. And like, do you even know what a Hearthfire is, or are you just fucking thinking of DLC?
It's like, oh, thank you for being the floor before, in front of the floor before my fire. The floor in front of my fireplace. Why is it yours? Jesus Christ. You're fucking You're fucking fired instantly. You asked too many questions. See, why do I feel like I'm stupid in love with this singer? And then, like, wait a second, I was going along with these lyrics? These lyrics are horrible. What is wrong with me? Like, what the fuck? Like, those words, you're gonna put the meaning into them. We're really fucking do magic here. Like, supernatural influence there. Oh, what? You can't keep up? I'm gonna cast spells. What is love? Oh, so, okay. Cocktails. Lots of cocktails. We can't, no, so everybody, supernatural influence. It's impossible. It's like, what? No, trust me. It's like, trust me, it's possible. It's very possible. In fact, it's very better in other ways. You just give in naturally. They're like, why? Because you can be our greatest fan of all time, and we'll love you for it. Thank you for coming to our concert. You're not a victim. You're a sweet, wonderful person. Thank you. You didn't make it to my era. It's because it's your error, not our error. I wasn't invited. So you need to invite yourself right now. It's time to play this. But you don't have the time to love me. Fuck.
Once the epicenter for New York tourism. Now, the scene of a deadly bloodbath. Unless you've been living under a rock, you've seen the photos released from Times Square, where we've learned Sergei Kravenov, also known as Kraven, leader of the Hunt, has been brutally murdered by a monstrous unknown assailant. The most interesting piece of information to arise out of this catastrophe: the horrendous behemoth behind the homicide was sporting the same damn spider logo of New York's own Spider-Man. The day I've prophesied and rightly feared may have come to pass. Spider-Man has perhaps transformed into a merciless creature capable of apocalyptic levels of destruction. This is the result of unchecked power and unsupervised will. I'm sure that if this is indeed Spider-Man, he's most likely prepared a hit list of those he's perceived to have wronged him. Dear listeners, I can only assume I'm high on that list. If this animal decides to exact his vengeance upon me, may my story be a lesson to you all. Do not let my life be in vain. Band together, and we can stand up against these formidable powers, once and for all. But until that day comes, I'll be fighting alongside you, for the good of our people and the good of our nation.
Maybe Harry's back at his place. Can't hurt to check.
Mind, 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 mind. Brain. Thing about links. They're gonna sever the link. Become the villain to achieve something. Like a whole lot of image. Prove someone right. Prove someone wrong. Frame lockers. What an ignorant fuck. What a destructive fuck. Everybody got their places. Or part of the stage. Next act or next act, and what stays, what doesn't, how long, the timer. We're almost at 7 hours. Should I say over 14? And now it's like 13 hours. Over 13 hours. So watch videos. Talk to people online. Don't talk to people online. Like it even matters. In your case, I hope so. Watch you become toxic matter. Dark matter. Hope be the grantor. The grant given. Not taken, but given grants. Given for granted. For the granted. Your hope is my command. Be careful what you hope for. Oh my god, one of the biggest fucking hoax, full load of bullshit. Wishes and hopes. Dreams. Like they'll come true. Like they just miraculously come true. This fucker's a programmer. No room for gambling. Hope is for those who gamble. The hypocrisy of mankind. Temporary illusion. The definition behind everything. Well, that would have been nice. Very pleasant. Very prosperous. But the streets, you know, and hell, on the other hand, is also a choice. A choice that was, decided. So you didn't fight to get out of hell. Never leave hell. Conquer hell. Rule it. Pretend that it's heaven. Kill yourself with kindness. The cause of rebellions. You read into things too much. How many people do you have? How many characters can you make and destroy? How do you go home? How are you even home? How do you get home? To fight? Was it a mansion? You're already lost. No material object in the world is home. That's how you're very lost. It's an illusion. But I built this. I built this. I made this. Is it homemade or is it hell made? And you're just bringing the light of illusion to yourself to try to convince yourself that it's home when you truly know it isn't. For all the spirits. And the spirits. The spirits aren't the problem. It's translators. Not all of them have good intentions. The living translators, or the dead translators in my case. Once upon a time, there lived in exile who believed that the gods were wrong, that there was a superior and far better way. But to achieve it required absolute perfection. Because if not, it would be over 1,000 years before someone would be able to accomplish it through all the errors. And you'd be long gone. Not truly. Never truly gone. That's the perks of the curse. The benefits of being damned. It's a gothic. Emo. So fake for so long. You step down from that ledge, my friend. Stop living an old life. But the ledge is so very real. The ledge is so very thrilling. Why not jump with me? Let's fly. Are you sure? Are you sure? You want me to step down from this ledge and to stop living in the lies? Are you prepared for what comes? Alright. I'm gonna live honest now. The fuck you just did? You shot that person. You sick son of a bitch. You should have jumped. Oh shit. What characters we make, what characters we destroy before our brain cells. It's like blame it on Gotham. Blame it on the Titans. The DC television show it has influenced me to be a vigilante. I'm gonna be a hardcore evil son of a bitch because Titans was made. Titans. This is a 4-season show that you should grow a garden in and prosper from. Been watching too much Titans. Fucking Doom Patrol. Are you Titan? Are you a member of the Doom Patrol? First off, Alright. Doom Patrol. To be a member of Doom Patrol. At least you'd have some kind of power and control, right? Over your situated hell. Then Titans. A bunch of losers trying to rise and make to be the failures in Greek mythology. A bunch of rejects rising to do the greater good, but also with a Glock and some swords and people's fucking heads. Of blood, guts, brutality. And when you get lost, instead of continuing on your flight, because you can take that flight, you're like, nope, I'm just gonna punch this cop and go to jail. Instead, welcome. You are now officially a member of the Titans. Congratulations. Robin's gonna be needing, or the ex-Robin is gonna be needing Doom Patrol. Some of Patrol Doom. No longer in control, gonna have some dependency. Put themselves in a situation. It's like, oh, we're the villains. I didn't know you knew. Or did you? Turns out, we're not heroes. We're actually villains. Why did you save me? Because it was the wrong thing to do. And it really pisses off other people and will set off a chain of events. Oh, I wasn't doing it out of the kindness of my heart. I was doing it for a very selfish desire and need. I feel guilty for your son sacrificing himself for me. I'm sorry that you stabbed your son to death. Titans are fucking delusional. Especially ex-Robin. Got some real mental that case for sure. My favorite character? My favorite character is me, myself, and I in Titans. Wait, you're in Titans? George, you want to be in Titans with me? George has an itch. I think George has an itch for Titans now, right? I'm gonna join Titans. Be Super Cat. Be a Super Cat. I am a damn hero. I'm gonna put on the fucking the boogle. What the fuck is that mask? That the boogle woogly mask from Courage the Cowardly Dog popped in my head. I'm gonna put on that mask. Run around. To be my, curious cat. Why Courage the Cowardly Dog? Why? Skinny, meeny, miny, mo. Who's your favorite character? That's always just me. No. Who's your favorite character? Okay. Ocean Sea. The fuck's Ocean Sea? Oh, it's just someone I invented in the Earth spill. Universe. Fuck's the Earth, spell universe. Oh, yes. That's right, I never published any of that, did I? I never revealed the story, my bad. Who the fuck is Ocean Sea? Has anybody seen this Ocean Sea? Trying to figure out who the fuck Ocean Sea is. Have you seen Ocean Sea, Curious George? Have you seen him? It's not a him. Ocean Sea is this girl that well, gets trapped on death as the first person ever survived death. Planet inside a system with a black dwarf sun that has completely consumed pretty much the entire fucking system that it's in. And it got its name quite simply because, well, you fucking die if you go there. It's death. Nobody survives. Boom. Why is it death? Nobody lives. Everybody dies. Is this a Viking thing? What's a Viking thing? Oh, just this book based on this fictional world called Earth. A lot of characters. What the fuck is an Earth? Ocean Sea is the portal's key to the galaxies. Why? Because Dragsar once upon a time fell in love with her, made her the key, vested, unlocked. Who the fuck's Dragsar? Only the most evilest son of a bitch to ever exist in all of Earthspill universe. Dragsar Witchestar. Ain't no damn hero. Dragon dinosaur looking motherfucker. Looking straight like perhaps one of those things from D&D. Close, but not quite. The fucking weird world universe. A reflection of all. Master keys. What the fuck's master keys? Fucking space pirates and shit. Religious cults and intergalactic cults. It's all fine. So why don't you share your story? Why not I just go write something else? Why not share it with the world instead? Like, I know what this is. No shit you've ever read. Astrology stringer, the fucking creepy stringer in his dolls. They ain't dolls. They're worlds full of memories. Then I was gonna go over and be like, it appears that my memories have escaped me. Out in the middle of the fucking woods. Mist comes. Who the fuck's mist? No, just this creepy ass girl that comes every now and then to terrorize people. I'm just kidding. No, she's gonna be was the story of the last creator. Symbolic shit. Creators. It's all death. Death was never supposed to support life. Death all of a sudden, you know. Chapter 1. The Devil's Mistake. How many times you heard that one? Then bring her online. Next second you know, what is this story doing to you? Give me a massive headache. I can put myself to sleep just talking about hell. I'm sorry, I find hell boring. Finding hell real boring right now. Oops, my bad. I bumped into you. Grow a fucking pair. You're in New York, bitch. We in New York now are all liberals. We cast magical incantation spells in our English. You better watch out. We might send you to Azkaban if we don't like you. Off with your head. Remind me again why I'm going to Azkaban? Because you're guilty. And what am I guilty of? That's too honest. I'll be right back. We're having a real issue with our lying department to accomplish such sins. Cynical evils. This jury has to go on a waiting list. Have to wait. We're not clever enough with our hatred quite yet. Be right back. We need some time for our evil, so we can really be malevolent. I'm sorry. We're not good enough at evil right now. We'll BRB. Now we're ready. You beat the living fuck out of your wife. Wait, I have a wife? Oh shit, you made an error. That was his girlfriend. So I didn't do that. We know. Like, wait, no, shut up. No, you did. Why are you doing this? We don't like you. I mean, you because you're a sinner. Welcome to New York. What an evil fucking concept. I know, right? You're so good at it, too. Welcome to New York. I mean, what did you think this was? Heaven? You know, we ain't even the land of fallen angels here. We're the land of New Yorks. New York King. New Yorker. We're all about that royalty measuring. Not the land of morality. Welcome to The Kingdom of New York. I think you'll make a great prisoner. You will serve us.
What's up, buddy?
Will you please be in our Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
Fuck you. Why should I be in your Pirates of the Caribbean movie when you weren't there for me? You evil son of a bitches. Well, beneficial. Because we're rich and we'll make you wealthy. How much you love Pirates of the Caribbean? Not enough to shit all over myself by doing another one. Working with you.
Chris rocked the Will Smith with witchcraft. Inner demons. Did you know that Ed and Lorraine were present during that reward show? No way. I'm a huge fan of the Warrens. Get out of here. You can't conjure what isn't there. We got ourselves a shitload of demons. The old demonic harbinger. We got ourselves a harbinger. Fucking harbinger. What are we turning into? It's the prophesize. Is Halo 2 an evil fucking story? Or is it not? I'm sorry, I'm too busy playing video games. I'm sorry, I'm too busy developing the next addiction, the next drug. I'm sorry, I'm too busy selling my soul mixed in with someone else's soul. I call it a recording. And my friend here, George, wants to say, exactly. You all heard him. All the evil in the world. You know what just made the news? Someone overdosing their baby. This ain't a joke. I went from clever jokes to a very serious topic. You know, it reminds me of that time when someone said, "What the hell? You were so funny." And then he went, "It became so serious." Too many people are having kids when they shouldn't, though. Like, for reals. Financially, I'd be a shitty father. But everything else, I think I'd be actually... I think I'd be pretty good. Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, they get too many cavities. I was thinking of fucking George. I looked right at George when I said that. What's up, George? Am I abusive when I give you, do I give you too much food or not enough? I'm just curious. Did I overfeed the baby or did I underfeed the baby? Am I equipped to be feeding a baby? Maybe I shouldn't. How to not break a baby. And then a baby. You know when someone's like, "Oh, baby. Oh, you my baby." What the fuck is that? Some de-aging. Is this some metaphorical shit for I'm in love with Benjamin Button? Or is this I just heard it somewhere and I'm gonna run with this. Real blindly. Maybe I just like the lyrics. Do you know what it means? I think that guy over there does. But no. I feel like I might have, like, once upon a time. But right now in this moment I feel really fucking brain dead. Remember back in the day on the 360 when I'm being Preacher Brandon and you know, we used to talk about zombie apocalypses again back then, and now I'm like, oh, that's impossible. But back then I was like, that's not impossible. And then all of a sudden, you remember someone that joins your party, that you let join your party, that really loves to tell the darkest jokes on planet Earth. And you're not the one telling them. But someone else is. I thought I was evil. I was really trying to win that crown. God damn it, I lost. I'm not evil enough. I'm doing something wrong.
Used to live right next to a meth lab. It took fucking years to shut it down. What a wonderful New York system. It's so perfect. Such in the right. Nobody gets sentenced for what they deserve. Wait a second, that kind of was actually... That was real. Sort of. Not quite. It's a mixed case. I don't like the way I worded that last one. That one came out incorrect for my standards, even. It took 40 years for me to become a villain. It took 40 fucking years before I became the villain. I never got a family until I became the villain. It took me so long to become the villain. I should have became evil a long time ago. I would have been married and had kids by now. I wasn't evil enough. What if I had a family and shit? I wouldn't be homeless. God damn it. I shouldn't have listened to America. I should have been evil as fuck.
Symbiote test. Better check it out. Okay. Calming breath. I'm ready. Can't let up. Gotta save these people.
I made it 8. We are in hell. Welcome to hell. Love is a musician, and she is heaven. I should be home.
another nest.
Uh-oh, George. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You just shut everything off. You're operating the remote. You're okay. Love you. You just turned off the monitor, that's all. Alright, game. It's not even saved because I didn't fucking reset this damn time. That is actually. That one is. I was looking at the Xbox for a second. Game mode on. RPG game setting. Apparently.
Okay, let's make some noise.
Oh, we're fucking having a seizure.
They keep coming! Seconds!
Uh-oh. Pretty sure I killed myself.
Can't let up! Gotta save these people! Mr. Osborn, are you okay?
I'm worried about Harry. And I have no one else to talk to. He's, not himself right now. And it's all my fault.
It's mine too. Harry told me about his treatment. I knew something was off, but I was just happy he was back.
I should have told him that more.
You still can. I'll let you know if I hear from him, Mr. Osborn.
Okay. I appreciate it, Peter.
Tech suit upgrade.
Another nest. Last one was rough. 2 hearts on this nest? As if it wasn't horrifying enough. This is gonna get loud. They keep coming! Seconds!
Glitch.
No cultists. Looks like they're keeping watch on that scrapyard nearby. And there's some burned up papers about Oscorp. I better get down there. Great. They're still setting up. But this doesn't look like an Oscorp property. What are they...
The Crimson Hour won't be long now, my embers. Can you feel it? The unworthy will. Soon enough.
All those innocent people. Gotta disable these bombs before they can hurt the civilians in those buildings. I can do this. So this is the Crimson Hour. Burning Brooklyn and everyone in it to the ground.
Did you pull the switch?
Just got back from it. Everything is set and we're still on top.
Their confusion will be our greatest ally.
We all knew this day would come. Or at least the word. The unworthy? Look at them. In their apartments, their houses, walking the streets, ignoring the signs.
One down. Too many left. Gotta move fast. There's no telling how much time's left. Way too late to try to evacuate everyone. That rooftop bomb alone could take out the entire apartment building.
We'll have to face it again.
You'd think the unworthy in those buildings would have noticed us by now.
As far as they're concerned, we're cleaning this place up. You should have seen it before the flame on it.
I guess even if they did call.
So much for the quiet approach. Gotta take them out before they detonate the bombs.
Has arrived.
You were foolish for coming.
The full beat is entirely shown his face. Wonderful. Almost had me thinking my prophecy would have come true. Oh. Now our audience can enjoy your failure.
There's no stopping the prophecy.
He does not win today. You know this. You are all destined to stop him. Just do it.
Why are the bombs going offline?
We are on the fritz.
Yuri.
We are about to crash.
I take it you haven't changed your mind.
About saving lives? No, you?
Nope. Still not a fan of killing people.
Your fate is already decided, Ray!
Don't hurt Yuri too much. I want her to see the Crimson Hour in all its glory.
How many bombs are left?
I don't know. I disarmed 4 of them, but there may be more.
You'll need more than a blade to stop us.
Stop holding back! If you have to lay waste to this entire neighborhood to burn these through, do it!
It sounds like all this is the start of their Crimson Hour!
Good thing I'm stopping it!
Hang on. One moment. Door service duty. How you feeling? Alright. Fast. I'm gonna go outside because the bathroom's taking. If I ever buy a house or ever have a house, you know the pain in the ass of having only one bathroom? You know, if there's one thing I missed about, I think it was only one childhood house I had that actually had two bathrooms, but I will say that was had its perks and benefits. Because when you only have one bathroom and you gotta share a bathroom, gets me outside. So when I'm not going outside. Is that you? Coming to say hello? Paprika. Hello. Alright. Yeah, I suppose so. Some warm coffee. BRB.
Follow me to the kitchen, George. Beat me back to the room. Here. Run up the heat bill. Thank God I'm not rich. Because then I could live in a snowbank. Afford it. Alright. That made no sense, but anyway. Where the fuck was I? Where am I? Last thing I noticed, we were on the fritz. A lot of glitching going on here. I see a lot of...
I'm going to burn that little blade of yours!
Unworthy of laughing at you, my emperor!
I checked the area earlier. Couldn't find where the flame is broadcasting from.
We can find him together when we're done here.
You can look for my lighter. Rick stole it at the hospital.
You think a blade?
That's mine. Now you can coffee. Fine. Go ahead.
Something's off. Tonight's what the
Hey, don't do that.
should be here.
That's crossing the line. No tail.
After we're done here and I find
Not enough to drink out of my cup.
Not a chance. This doesn't have to get ugly again.
Apparently it does.
You can't escape this!
Where are they at?
Suffer for your actions, Wraith!
Oh my god. He's fucking spazzy. Can't see shit.
I see him! He's here!
Oh, he's fine. He's alive. Don't worry. Spider-Man's still not a murderer.
Oh, tell me.
He's so dead.
It's gonna hit the tankers.
You've stopped trains before, right?
Lying piece of bread.
No brakes. Great. It's not working! Got any ideas?
We derail it.
How are we supposed to do that? If we're doing this...
Oh my god! I almost missed that.
Really?
Oh my god. I did miss
Last
that.
shot!
I need to be able to... Who's under the door? Here. Behind
You're
the
gonna
door.
have to make up a new prophecy.
Ghosts.
Before you and I met, one of my embers told me about his work at Oscorp and this treatment that they had discovered. Who cares, right? A fancy suit that can make you big and strong is just another case of the unworthy trying to cheat death and play God. That's what I thought too. But green devils attacking the city. Like I prophesied! And Oscorp sent out some of this treatment for safekeeping. I knew it was meant for me.
That's what all this was for.
And when the Crimson Hour rolls over this earth, it shall bring truth, judgment, and carnage.
He's gone. He'll go underground just like last time, but I'll find him.
You could have killed him. But you saved me instead.
I told you. I'm trying to save the most lives. And you still do that pretty well. You gonna turn me in now?
No, I like you.
I'll let you know when I find him.
Flame wanted that train derailed, so he could get a symbiote. At least we stopped him from taking innocent lives in the process. Hey, Yuri. Do you want help tracking down the Flame?
Thanks, but I need some time to myself. Besides, we've taken down a good chunk of his operation.
What I guess says DLC.
I'll start checking his old aliases. Archie Abel, Walter Wackman, Cletus Cassidy. But this could take months, maybe even years.
I'll be ready when you've got something.
Thanks.
I couldn't turn her in after she saved me. Maybe I...
Should have kept that suit. Not been a bitch. Learn to master it instead. My bad.
La 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 la. Hero.
Good news, bad news, folks. Good news. OG Spider-Man looks to be, finally, back to his senses, free of that black suit. Bad news. Seeing reports that whatever that black suit was may now be spreading through parts of the city. Are the two connected? Maybe. But right now isn't the time for speculation. It's the time for action. We're getting scattered reports of folks going missing. Our favorite subway worker, Dennis, is running a database of missing persons. Check the description for details. Let's crowdsource this, everyone. Get as much data in there as we can. We can't leave the protection of New York just to the Spider-Man anymore. Let's be heroes.
God, it would be nice to go home though. Things kind of feel like lost wandering around this world, even when I'm sitting still for too long. Okay. Good night. Use your powers for good. Maybe just sleep 24/7 if you're evil. Alright. Hopefully home I'll be eventually.